I know most of we are politicians. So policy making is the process by which government translates the political vision into programs and actions. I don't know how many of you have raised concerns to government at local and the national level. And I believe most of us, we have issues. But actualizing those problems to the extent that government can actually put funds so that the issues are critically helped, I don't know. So members, we have a lot at our hand, and we really need to what? To push for it. So whatever you're going to present must be forward-looking. In 10 years' time, how will the youth be in 10 years' time? Forward-looking so that there should be impact. Impact. The baseline is saying every year 10 girls are dropping out of school. By the time you are finished with your program or an intervention, it has to reduce. Meaning if the issue is to do with the pads, there's provision now. If the issue to do with the school fees, there's an option. And if the other challenge is those youths who are roady in the communities who are not in school, provision for what? For vocational training. Is it there? Have you provided them with that? Of course, somebody will say there are so many skilling programs nowadays. How many do have access? How many? My youth in a Zova village may not know anything. Have you taken initiative to go and sensitize them that there's this ABCD program going on? Have you? Very few do that. As youth, most of the time we mind of the community when we come to gatherings like this. When we go back, God for us all, everybody for himself. Members, I really, really don't want to take our time. What I've prepared is much, but I was given only 5 minutes. And in conclusion, I will say, you may not remain youth forever. Time will come, we may no longer call you a youthful person, we call you an adult. But what have you done to help the youth? I have a brief story. Our deputy RCC, he was so much engaged with the youth to the extent that he even met the president. He met the president concerning the youth issues. Can you do that? Or you'll just remain the way you are? Wahada, assalamu alaikum. Good day, members. You are not clapping.
Thank you, moderator. Members present, The organizers of this event, I am called Dr. Alonso Bruhan, the director, Islamic University in Uganda, Arua campus. My invitation came in a short notice. A team came to my office this morning saying that they needed some support from my office. And I just learned that originally I was supposed to host this conference. But because of one reason or the other, some people feared. And this was because of the dressing code. And I told them, no, you made a mistake. If you had come to me, I would have said that let all the conference take place at Islamic University in Arua campus, free of charge. And I would have sent you one of my philosophers in Islam to explain to you why the dressing code. The dressing code is not so much Islamic, but it is socially constructed. And it will have been explained. And some people will like one or two things about it. But inshallah, next time, you have my hall with all the facilities to host this conference. Because I was told that it's an annual event. Yeah, having said that, I have come here to share some experience. Youth leadership. Youth is a socially constructed thing. All right? It is just socially constructed that in the process of living, from such a time to such a time, you are a youth. UNESCO, in the literature I was looking at before I came here, was talking of from ages 12 to 25. Ugandan government talks of ages of what? You are the youth people. Maximum 30. But I tell you, if you go to youth desk and youth office in the Ministry of Labor, Gender and something there, because these ministries these days change names, you will find a youth of 40 years old. And one time I questioned, one of them told me they are senior youths. And I prompt to ask, is that a policy definition? Why that period? You are 40 years, you are still a youth. Why? It is simply because you have not prepared yourself to live the youthful age. You have not prepared yourself to meet the transformational aspects to transform you from youth to adulthood. You have not. And that is what is going to catch up with some of you. Some of us prepared very rapid to live that youthful age. I think the last youth age I attended was on a DDT organized by Minister of Health in Buloba, and that was, I think, 1998, when I said I'm quitting youth things now. I graduated to adulthood. Now, coming back to the issue of the policy. How, and you need to look into issues of policy. Somebody defined the policy here. How do you prepare yourself? One, please do a lot of research and have the data. Do a lot of research and have data. That is what some of us did. Two, issues in society. Issue of the society. Small things will come and compile and they will change the society we'll talk about. So what are the issues in the society affecting your society, affecting the youths, affecting you? Somebody rightly put it. If it is coming to campaign, I am going to see youths now active. They are going to begin being active. 2025 to 26, they will be very, very active. After that, they will mute, they will go the dormant zone. You are a youth leader. Where you are coming, in your village, do you even understand the issues that is affecting your people? The unfortunate thing these days, the youth of these days are town-born. You never live in the villages to understand. Even here in the town. How are your colleagues living their life? Why is it that there is the emergence of the fire eaters, the janjaweed, when I was doing some research, that's what are called the Russians. People have become even KGB is here. Why? And you are the one who interacts with these people, and as a leader, have you tried to dissect the social issues? Somebody was talking of high drop rate, especially of the girl child. Have you tried to engage on those issues? Have you tried to understand these issues such that when you are going to begin talking of the issues of the policy, policies address issues. When you don't have issues which you want to address, you will be writing a hanging policy. So you need to be aware of you need to scan the environment in which you are living, such that you can come with the intervention measures in that policy. The intervention measures that will be informed by data. Intervention measures that are taken from informed point of view, such that they can be sustainable. Policies should be sustainable. It should be sustainable. Is the youth policy sustainable? Because I'm seeing people not graduating out of youth. See. So I am even questioning, is this policy sustainable? You got the national headquarters, you see those type of things. Policies that are transformational. The policies will prepare you as a youth to live the youth life and graduate to adulthood. Okay? So this is how a youth should think. When I used to be in Arua, I used to play football for Arua Municipal Council, later Inter FC, in 1990 and 92. This is sound very utopia to you people, right? Somebody could say, this young man, my friend, I don't grow old. I put a comma in age of growing. Because I prepared for that. I don't dig. My hoe is this one. You can't get old with this one. I prepared for it. Have you prepared yourself enough? I didn't know that one day I will be called a director in this Arua. No. It is all about the zeal, the commitment, the youthful age. I today say I used my youthful age usefully. And somebody told me that when you Professor Asubo one time told me, when I was working as academic registrar in Busheni, Ishaka at Kampala International University, he told me, he said, doctor, don't mind, prepare yourself. Today, because I complained, I said the work is not paying. He said, no, get the experience. Today you are chasing money, tomorrow money will chase you. Do you know if money is chasing you, money will get you within 5 minutes? 2 seconds, money has got you. But you chase money, 30 years you will not see money. Why am I bringing these examples? It's all about preparation. How have you prepared yourself? So in the transformation, you need to be consistent of what you want to be. I have done all sorts of works. I played football to earn a living here in Arua town. We used to play municipal football ground, was at police. We had a coach called Ekanya. I was with those of late Kamure. That is the Findos, the Yosasu are now working the city. I used to play with them. So we used to play football so that you can eat some beans at municipal ground here. So will you play football so that you eat lunch, then you go back to school. I played football for survival. Joined politics for survival. Joined the military and rose up the rank of lieutenant for survival. Worked in State House 7 years for survival. Still looking for the green button to touch until I went to university. First degree, 2006. 2011, 3 degrees at home in my suitcase. Doing the 4th one now. Hakuna mchezo kabisa. So today they call me. Doctor, come and talk. I come, I talk, they pay me. Whether I abuse you, they will pay me. They say, doctor has talked. Professor has talked. Isn't this independence? This is my 1962. I prepared for it. You can see, even washing cars. Washing cars. At my youthful age, I washed the cars. You wake up at night, you begin washing cars in Kampala. KCC harasses you. What I didn't do is becoming a DJ, which these days you like. Becoming a marungi eater, which these days you like. You see, it is forgiving an utopia, an inexisting moral, a fake one, a false moral. I didn't do that. I left Arua when I didn't even know the clubs. These days you know all the clubs. And then finally, though I was playing football, fortunately for us, that time English Premier was not here. These days you are shareholders in Arsenal, you are shareholders in Man U, you are shareholders in Liverpool. For me, I was not a shareholder in those clubs. Because I'm a Lobara from Arua, I'm not a Briton from England. That's what I didn't do. And you youth leaders, you are there. You are seeing it, you are not talking to your colleagues. So, your time is a very tricky one. At least our time, we are successful somehow. The people I finished with them, senior 4, the ones who are still alive, if I mess on them here, one is Engineer Theo, Engineer Muhammad, the owner of Continental, you can see, and I myself a director. At least those who be buying it is no longer an issue for us. What about your colleagues? Your colleagues are in Janjaweed, they're in the fire eaters, they're in the Russians, they're in the KGBs, they're in San Siro, it has become an Italian place. You have to work. You have a lot of work to do, not us. You as youth leaders, you have a lot of work to do. So consistency is very, very important. Commitment. Commitment in what you are doing is very, very important for you as a leader. If you want to transform. This commitment will be followed by an action plan. What is your action plan? And I want to spend some small time here. We rarely get this type of opportunities because we are too preoccupied with the books. I want to compare for you 2 youths. One in Bushenyi, or in Western Uganda, another one in Western Nile in Arua, or within the Western Nile region. The pattern life of these 2 youths. If you go and see the youth in Bushenyi or in Western Uganda, this youth will grow when he's studying. After this youth reaches age, the father does not give this youth even a piece of land. The youth will begin fighting to get land. He gets some small piece of land. For those of you who have gone to Western Uganda, you have seen those fences which are planned. You see very high percentage of land fragmentation. Yours is yours, not ours. So this youth will get a piece of land, even of the room of this size, will get it. After getting that, he will plant matoke and look to buy a cow. Begin with the milk, plant, begin sending it to Kampala, or sell it to the traders. Then he secondly will buy, even if it is 3 iron seeds, will buy them and have a house. What we call Muganda. This one, which is slopes. Yeah, he will put that. Then after that, he will marry. Now you come to my brother in West Nile. My brother in West Nile will marry fast. After marrying, he will now want to begin putting the mabati house. But do you know what marriage is? Marriage is defined as opening a cost account. Increase in the expenditures. Are you seeing that? So you cannot achieve those ones. My friend, if you don't wake up, it will be very difficult to separate you with the grass-thatched house. Your children will grow in the grass-thatched house. They will be born there, they will grow there. Which is the issue of planning. That is total poor planning. And that is why these people who do social sciences, the honorable Obakos who have done social sciences, they should do a study. Why is it that the families are breaking so much? And these families which are breaking are youthful ones. The time you are jumping here in, is it called the hunters? This other one is called what? You are jumping here, you are calling each other sweetheart, sweetheart. When you get married, you reach home, the economic factor comes in. Back to back, distance, marriage gone. Because of the economic factor, by the way. It's not that you don't love each other. You love each other, but the economic factor, you did not prepare for it. Sweet marriage becomes sour. Lifestyle and planning your life. That's what I'm saying. What is your action plan to live this? And essentially, if I pick 10 of you at random here and say, what is your age? Ugandans are good in lowering their age like footballers. You will all lower all your ages are lowered by about 10% of your total age. Action plan, right? Commitment, consistency. What do you want to be? Members, lastly, of course, as the director of the university, I want to say that you are welcome to Islamic University, Arua campus. We have a lot of programs for you there. I will not mention them, there are too many. Rather, I will say, how do you access these programs? How do you access them and become one of my students to go through my hands? One is, very soon we are going to do mature entrance. Those who have finished senior 4, you can come for mature age examinations or entrance examinations. When you pass them, direct you go for your bachelor's degree in the relevant field you want. That one, senior 4, even if you have, but we are checking your maturity and English. If you think you are good in English, you can come and do them. It will be taking place in November. Then the second one is, of course, the normal one, senior 6, senior 4, senior 4, senior 6, what we call the direct entry. Then there is also the HEC program, Higher Education Certificate. You know, West Nile is full of people who have finished senior 6, but not finished, and have not joined the university. All right? There is a very big percentage here. They have not finished the senior 6, but they have not joined the university. They are in the middle here. Now, National Council of Higher Education has come with a certificate called the Higher Education Certificate. The Higher Education Certificate, anybody who has 2 subsidiary passes or 1 principal pass is trained at the university for 1 year. That's 1 year certificate course. Instead of going to senior 6, they do that when they pass 50%, then they can join university. So those are the channels which government has put to enter university, and we are having all of those. Otherwise, what I can simply say is our default. Bama Milebe, let's take care of ourselves. I say all this in name of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, advance me in knowledge for God and my country.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I choose to believe that we are all doing well, and you're very much welcome to the West Nile Regional Youth Parliament. And as we all know, or as we are yet to know, is that this is a space that brings young people, youth together for to deliberate, talk, discuss about the issues that are concerning young people. I am very much aware that some of us have come from as far as Koboko, Moyo, and I take this time to welcome you. My name is Brighton Abaho. I happen to be part of the team that is coordinating the Regional Youth Parliament, which we are doing across the country. And what we've been doing over time is that we use the Youth Parliament as a platform for engagement of young people, where young people use this platform to debate and discuss issues that are concerning them. I would call this as one of the advocacy platforms that it is an initiative of civil society organizations, and it helps to complement the work that is being done by other institutions such as the National Youth Council, Uganda National Students Association, and other institutions. And if you've been following, last year when we came for the Regional Youth Parliaments, we had a few topics and different resolutions were made for those of you who attended. And what happens when we come to the different regions, we happen to pay attention to the different issues that are affecting young people in that particular region. And what we do is that after we have deliberated and resolutions made by the different regional youth parliaments, some of our issues are taken to the national level. To the national level, I mean we use some of these issues to engage with the different stakeholders, such as Office of the Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda. We use these issues to engage our members of parliament who are our youth representatives. I am sure we all know who our regional youth member of parliament is. Do we? Honorable Boniface Okot. And also, we are also blessed, Honorable Fiona comes from Nebi. And Nebi is West Nile, right? Yes. So as West Nile, we are blessed that we have two representatives that represent the young people in parliament, all coming from West Nile. And this is an opportunity. So when we get all these issues, we have them, we engage the youth members of parliament. If you remember very well, last year when we finished the regional youth parliaments, those of you who attended the national youth parliament at parliament in the national chambers, the issues that we happened to discuss from there were presented in parliament. Who of you remembers who moved a motion for parliament to consider matters of young people last year? Who of you knows? Which member of parliament moved that motion? That clearly means that some of us, when we have done some of these things, we tend to ignore what is being done. But last year we had Honorable Okot Boniface move a motion for parliament to consider matters of the young people. And resolutions were made. Matters of the young people concerning things like investment in young people in startups, investment in helping young people to be able to access financing for their businesses. Issues to do with climate change. Issues to do with PDM. As we know, all of us know that the parish development model is on right now. And people are supposed to benefit 30% from those funds. Yes, we understand that different things are still ongoing, but it's an such a platform is an opportunity for us to keep engaging, such that young people can continue benefiting from these government programs. So when we come to such a place, we are here to engage young people. First of all, do we know as young people which people we should engage for our issues to be incorporated in the planning processes of the country? We have representatives at parish, sub-county level, district level, but are these leaders able to, for example, they talked about the budget conferences. Do we participate in these budget conferences as young people? Do our youth councillors participate in these spaces? Because if our youth councillors are not participating in these spaces, then the issues of young people are not presented. So that's why we come up with such an initiative that when we come here and then we get to discuss and deliberate on some of these things, we directly engage the different offices for different action. I know some of you might want to ask, what has the National Youth Parliament done? The National Youth Parliament has been able to have successes of some of the things that we have done. Working closely with the different stakeholders, are we all aware that right now, someone who is between the age of 18 and 35 can contest for the office of chairperson AC3? Are we aware? Are we aware? Was it there before 2021? This was one of the initiatives that we moved and we asked government, amend the Local Government Act to allow young people between the age of 18 to 35 to contest for such offices. Because we know that young people, we have youth, like Dr. Arions has said, young people who have been able to, who have been prepared, they know what they want, because first of all, you know, the phrase of youth are the leaders of tomorrow. We are no longer the leaders of tomorrow. We are actually the leaders of now. That's why even a youthful person can contest for the office of president. So as young people, when we come to such spaces to talk about some of these things that affect us as youth, we also need to be mindful. Mairunji, the rise in teenage pregnancies. Another success that we have had is that after the 2021 Regional Youth Parliaments, we presented one of the motions on, we asked government to consider allowing teenage girls who had given birth. You remember lockdown? You remember the increase in the number of teenage pregnancies that had overwhelmed in almost all the regions in this country? So from the motion that we had at the National Youth Parliament, the office of the Vice President took it up. It brought a motion in the House and asked government to reconsider and let young girls or teenage girls come back to schools. And from that, we had a directive by the Minister of Education to allow young people, to allow the teenage mothers go back to school. I'm sure many of us have been beneficiaries of the different organizations such as Action Aid, being able to build our capacity in the different things that we are doing, leadership-wise, at the grassroots. But today, we are here to basically discuss, talk about things to do with the issues that are affecting the young people. I'm not going to waste any more time. I do not know whether our breakfast is ready, because I wanted us to have our breakfast. Yes, I have been guided that since our breakfast is not yet ready, we can proceed, and we are going to convene, have our speaker of the day elected, and then after our break tea, we come and convene in a session where the speaker that we shall have elected will guide, will take us through the whole process. So I would like to take this opportunity to call us to order. I am going to appoint myself as the Chief Justice. Yes, because the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda under Article 82, Clause 5, says that election of the Speaker shall be presided over by the Chief Justice. For your own information, I'm a lawyer by training, by profession. Yes. So, as provided for under the Constitution in Article 82, Clause 5, I'm going to appoint myself the acting Chief Justice, and I preside over the election of our Speaker, such that the Speaker is able to take us through. So I would like to take this opportunity to ask us to order. And how we are going to do this thing is that we are going to nominate the speaker or the person that we think is the right one to lead us. Once that person has been nominated, his or her name will be seconded, and after it has been seconded, such an individual or honorable member will be allowed to speak to us on why they think they are the best candidate to actually lead us. Thereafter, we are going to thank you very much. I have been guided that a representative from government is ready to speak to us. So before we can proceed with our next session of having our speaker elected, I'm going to allow Yasin to invite the representative of government to come and speak to us. Thank you.
Thank you, our lawyer, for those words. Our Chief Justice. Yeah, for those, our tea is already outside. We're going to allow our Honorable Speaker of Arua City to have some few words with you to open for us these sessions officially. Then after that, we are going for the tea. After tea, we come and elect. Yes, Honorable Tabu, you're most welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope my voice can reach the far end because I have a problem with my throat, so the voice may not be okay. But I know young people are very energetic and they will be able to get me. Not so. I want to thank the organizers for this function, especially the team that is within, and also our visitors who have come to conduct this activity. For this wonderful occasion, they have given all of us an opportunity to come and express our feelings as young people. My name is Honorable Tabu Fred. When the professor was talking about age, I got touched because I've already clocked 35. So I don't know where I belong also, but in my party, you know the party I'm talking about. For us, it is a pack last. We are still we are still the youth bracket that elected the Nyamtoros, and we started with the Anita Evelyn. Can you imagine? So they have not done changes up to now. So it is a system error. So we are still continuing. and I can imagine the opportunities that have been blocked for people who have just come up. So it is not something good. I am the Deputy Speaker of Arua City Council by the grace of God. I was given that office by the trust of the people of this city. And it is not an office where you go and relax. It is an office of responsibility, how much you can do for the people, especially the young people. And I'm proud to report that my senior is somebody who is a bit elderly. So the difference between me and my boss is almost close to 35 years or 40. So you can imagine the person you're working with. So it is a very big challenge that when you share stories, you don't find something common between you and this person. So it becomes a very big challenge for us in office, honestly. But I'm glad that the little we can do together with you, we push it through the council. By the way, the council is one of the most important body where youth issues can be addressed. In consultation with your youth leaders who are there, I have 2 representatives. I have seen one, the female. I don't know where the male is. My city councillor for female is around. Honorable Dorin, can people see you? So when I came and I saw her, I knew all what is going to be discussed here shall reach the council. So I am waiting for you as the Speaker of the Council to come with your ordinances, to come with all your resolutions to the City Council, and I'm going to stand firm with you to see that it is passed. I am not going to take much here because I know we are running against time. I want to take this time to also apologize to the organizers of this event. I was meant to understand that they went to the City Council and requested for the hall to be used. Unfortunately, I was not there in office, and they got a lot of challenges. Every time young people go to these big offices, they don't give them the priority they want. And I was touched. It is not the first time. It happens in all the areas. And at times, you see, we say young people, we want to improve their lives, we want to encourage them, we want to empower them, but these are people who don't have money. So the small they can offer to you, why don't you accept because you are going to support them? So I want to apologize on behalf of the council and promise that next time you have such a gathering, please, know the people you go to. We are there. They tried to call me on phone, but I was not there. Next time there's any activity of this nature, please, I guarantee you it is not going to be charged. We shall always welcome you because 70% of the population now consists of the youths. I think we are the power. Without us, this nation cannot exist. All the sectors in this country are dominated by the youth. So it is our time. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot has been said by my previous speakers. I don't want to go back there, but I want to tell us that where we are located regionally, especially West Nile or Northern Uganda, we have been disadvantaged a lot. If you compare us with other regions, we are backwards in terms of education, in terms of wealth, and any other opportunity that has come up, we have always been lagging behind. So why? One thing I've realized is that policies that have been made to suit our interests have been coming from up to down. The level of consultation that is done at grassroots level is not sufficient to represent our issues. So if the government wants to try to help the youths from this region, they should come down and listen to your views, to understand your problems critically, to then take them to the upper level. And one of the platforms to express our views are these kind of gatherings or engagements through the media, where you can address issues affecting our young people. Every time Arua is mentioned, you cannot finish making a statement without mentioning Janjaweed. We are known for bad things. Fire eaters, it is a national concern. Even where the president's vehicle was stoned, was it not in Arua? So the name of Arua has not been okay in the books. So it is me and you to also tell the world that we have people who are develop-minded. They want to develop, they want to also encourage other youths to grow. So we can work together and change this. We don't need people to make decisions for us. We are sound enough. I know you have degrees here. We have diplomas. We have certificates. But God has not given us opportunities to all complete those levels. It does not mean if you don't have a degree or master's, you're not going to succeed. All of us, we have different success stories. Not so. If we had time, mine may be so difficult, but if I listen to his, it will even be more, I will say, at least I'm better off. So we all have different success stories and the challenges we have been going through, especially for this region. Others are orphans. Others come from even houses where you find there's no door on the toilet. Others have been surviving on their own. So if opportunities were there, if scholarships were there, I believe everyone could make it to the top. But just because now we are not all equal, and the opportunities that come, sometimes we don't know, it becomes a very big challenge. State House scholarships are there, but how many youths have benefited from this in our region, honestly? Is there anyone in this house that has benefited from scholarship in the State House? It is not there. So meaning, we have been left behind. So it is me and you, it is us to see that we also come and present our issues so that we get some of these opportunities. Let us not worry. It is not too late. I want to give us hope that have trust in your leaders. Leaders you've elected, give them the opportunity and always be in touch with them, love them. If they fail, you will call them back. But you feel you can give them more time, please trust the leaders, and the small time they're there in office, make use of those offices. Visit them regularly, have engagements with them in meetings, in churches, in mosques, everywhere you have youths. So if you engage them, I believe together we shall achieve. Therefore, can I know from the youths of Arua, there's a challenge of marungi. Every person who comes here talks about marungi. There's a challenge of opium. And some of these drugs have not been classified in the parliament. But through you and me, we can create our local ordinances. We can create local bylaws at the sub-county level. And we get rid of some of these things. When you get doing such a thing, the parliament is there appropriately, and the law allows that, honestly speaking. So can we work together? And I believe the same challenge is also happening in Koboko. But the engine is in Arua. All the marungi that comes from Koboko comes from Maracha, not so. Maracha, Arua. Arua is here in Coast, Ochiba. And by the way, the farmers of that, some of them are prominent. They keep on saying that this is our only source of income. We are paying our students, we are constructing, but are there no alternative sources of income? What is the impact of this marungi on the community? So it is not good. We need to open our eyes. Government programs are always there. The PDM we have been singing about is there. The youth involvement component, I don't know how much it is. I don't know if you've been attending the meetings. And I can confirm that in Arua, we are launching this program most likely on 24th. So I expect all my youth leaders, please encourage your colleagues to join if they have not been there. You also get this money and eat. Not eating, eh? Get benefit from these government programs like the elders are doing, like the women are doing. I will be very happy if I see youths benefit and they have groups, they have their shops, they have their businesses, and you see life becomes easy. Afazewere will not be there. Afazewere, Femana Afazewere, which is the song of the day. So, thank you so much. I really don't have much to say. I wish and pray that I am going to be around for your deliberation because I love debate. No, I'm not a good speaker, but I always try and love to speak to young people like you because you are, I believe the brain in this house is sufficient enough to understand and do accuracy in our community. Together we can change the society, and people think we cannot do it, but we shall do it together. So I'm going to be around and observe as an observer when you're going to be doing your deliberations. Please challenge me. I want it to be better than my city council because you have the knowledge and energy. I am also a student. Things have not been hard. I mean, in terms of reading. But when it comes to school fees, things have been tuition fees. That is one of the things that has kept youth aside. The cost of education in Uganda now has become so expensive. An degree, by the way, has become ordinary. 1 degree is not enough. Doctor, I want to be like you. And I think, by the grace of God, there's one course I admire. I want to do it before I retire. That is law. So they have brought it near here. Instead of going very far, why can't we use this opportunity and go there? So I encourage all of you to go to school also. If you have stopped in senior 6, upgrade. If you have stopped in senior 4, it is not too late. There is one man in Kenya, he's now the best lawyer. He's called Danstan Omari. That guy was a teacher. Danstan Omari was a teacher up to 40 years old. Then he decided to put aside the teaching profession and join the law fraternity. As I talk right now, there's no one who beats Danstan Omari in Kenya. And a good lawyer is somebody who interprets the law very well and knows the Constitution very well. So it is not too late for me and you. We can make something from the energy we have. I thank you all, and I welcome you to Arua City Council. I see most of my OBs are here. From Nebi Xavier is there. I'm glad to see you with your colleagues and all the youths. I cannot mention all your names. And my Iron Lady, Judy. Judy, thank you so much. I know they are going to have a lot of knowledge from you because she knows the youth issues very well and she can talk. One time she prayed for the president in Muni. We are going to go back empty-handed, by the way. But when the president asked, who is going to pray for us? Judy went and prayed. When Judy finished the prayers, even the president himself started laughing, can you imagine? So she's here, I'm happy. I thank you all. I declare this meeting open. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that. I did say after opening it officially, we are supposed to have tea, but there is a preposition that why don't we have the elections, after that we go for tea, and then you come in as members of parliament. Yes. How is that? You come back and have the election. It's on you. Me, I don't have any problem. Yeah, it's your decision, please. So, this is a parliament, so you vote. How many say we should go for tea first? So our chief magistrate, this is on you now. So are we going for tea? So before we go for tea, please, excuse me. Okay. Okay. True. That's true.
Thank you very much. Kindly let's have our seats. We are going into an election. Yes, the reason is from here we are heading to Gulu. So we need to try and, keep some time. Do we agree? Because we are also human beings, really. So, the road to Gulu, so probably we shall need some. So I would like to take this opportunity and thank you for accepting that we first do elections. Yes, and then thereafter, after the elections, we can have our tea. Thank you. I would like to take this opportunity to open up nominations. Like I said, you nominate, the person is seconded. Once the person is seconded, we shall then have that person or those people to come and speak to us. At this point, I would like to declare nominations open. You come here, you tell us the name of the person you are nominating,
Yeah, thank you, Chief Justice. Though the program has changed, it's okay. I'll still move ahead to nominate a person. As we are coming to deliberate on important issues concerning young people and the future of this country, and therefore I believe we should elect a vibrant, intelligent person to manage and control the room as we continue the deliberations. My name is Ijotik Ibrahim. I am here to nominate Honorable Bako Judith for the speakership of this special parliament. Thank you.
Is there anyone to second Bako's nomination?
Good morning. My name is Sheila Princess Obia. I second the nomination. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other nomination? Mind you, the House has a right to rise on a matter of procedure and ask the nominations to be closed. Such that we
Good morning, everyone. My name is Msema Gaddafi. I come from Moyo. I'm nominating Ayome Mubarak from Koboko. As a youth, a young man like him is to take control of our room, and people like him need to be exposed so that we have many of Judy's type in West Nile. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Call me Damasanda Emmanuel from Moyo. I'm here to second the nomination because for us, we want this house to be controlled by a youth. For Mubarak Ayume.
Good morning.
Good morning, House. I'm Makristo Savior. I'm here to second Kakonda Savior for the speakership race. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Agatalex Julius from Yumbe. I'm here to support my colleague who elected Bako, because we need to talk about gender, yes, gender inclusion, okay? Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, parliamentarians. I am here to move a motion to close nominations. Thank you. By names, I am called Azabo Mahad Kasim, the governor of young persons in Bedisi local government.
Good morning, honorable colleagues. My name, I'm called Sabir Ramadan. I second the closures nomination. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we can vote on the motion, one of the reasons as to why we use this process of nominating and having a speaker in such engagements is that it gives us an opportunity to practice or have a glimpse of what happens in the national parliament and what happens at our district local councils. Because this is where laws and major decisions concerning budget legislation are taken. So it is important that we also get to understand the practice and how business is conducted in some of these places. District local councils, sub-county councils, and national parliament. So I would like to take this opportunity to put the motion on vote. Those in favor of closure of nominations say yes, and those not in favor say nay. Those in favor say yes or aye, and those not in favor say nay. Thank you very much. The reason as to why I used yes is that most of us are comfortable or are conversant with the word yes. So whereas I would have preferred to use the word aye and nay, I thought that yes would have been. But I am very glad that most of us actually at least have something, a glimpse of what happens in our local council sittings and parliament sittings. So I'm going to take this opportunity to have my election observers swing into action. This election is going to be strictly by ballot, secret ballot, I mean. And before we go to that point, we are going to first ascertain the number of voters, because I've been reliably informed that some of our candidates are planning to fill in voters. So we have to first ascertain how many of us are here, such that we are sure that the election is not. So I'm going to ask my team to help us ascertain the number of the eligible voters. Eligible voters. I am not sure whether Dr. Alionzi is an eligible voter here. So we need to be very sure. He might be coming from another constituency. Yes. Thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity to confirm to us that the total number of eligible voters is 43. 43. Remember, even the candidates can vote for themselves. Yes. When it is secret ballot. So, ballot papers are going to be rolled out. You just write the name of the candidate, and then, yes. Before we get to have the ballot papers rolled out, we are going to have the 3 or 4 candidates come here and speak to us. 1 minute and a half as to why you think you're the best candidate for this particular assignment, or as to why you are the best person to lead us through the proceedings. Thank you. Just 1 minute and a half. Thank you.
As we wait for our candidates to come in, please, colleagues, as partners and also as organizers for the regional parliament of West Nile, we have an interest. At least this time, we want the national speaker to come from West Nile. This time, we want the person who is going to preside over the national youth parliament should be someone from West Nile. Therefore, the person that you're going to elect as a speaker, please, should be someone who is capable to lead the nation. That's something I just felt I must tell you people. Thank you. So may I invite Honorable Bako Judith. Just 1 minute, please.
The Right Honorable Speaker of Arua City, the Director, Islamic University in Uganda, partners that have made it able for us to sit and deliberate on issues that affect our young people in this country, my gallant voters, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bako Judith. I am 35 years old and still a youth. I have been in the last elections, I have been the district female youth councillor for Maracha district. a comparative advantage of coming from Maracha is because we produce Mairungi, and out of Mairungi we are able to produce children who have become lawyers, doctors, and as we sit here to talk today, as we think about doing away with Mairungi, we should think about pushing the government to have an alternative of Mairungi so that our parents down there can be able to substitute Mairungi. As I was serving as the district female youth councillor, I was the secretary, social services, Maracha district local government. That if I were in parliament, I would have been the minister in charge of health and education. And in the last recent elections, I contested as a woman member of parliament. My victory was postponed by God for the rightful time. Ladies and gentlemen, as you wait to tick my name in the ballot for the speakership, right now I chair the Public Accounts Committee of Maracha District Local Government. That gives me a platform to say that I am your rightful candidate so that I'll be able to push budgets at a national level that the national parliament can have an action on. As I brought myself this morning, because I am aware that we have an integration of the East African community of the member states. I am also thinking that if you give me this mandate today, I'll be able to push that the East African Federation or Community Parliament that sits in Arusha should have a member states, should have a resolution to the member states that at least 2 countries of the member states should send 2 representatives of young people who should be members of the East African Parliament so that they can be able to deliberate on issues and amplify the voices of the young people. Thank you for listening. It's incumbent upon you to trust me, inshallah, to give me the permission and the authority to chair this gathering today as your speaker. I thank you for listening. What I forgot to tell you is, I am a founder member of Save the Maracha Girl. Save the Maracha Girl was my brainchild when I was a youth councillor. After comparing the enrollment and the dropout rates in our schools in Maracha, I had to think outside box so that we were able to fight up against the teenage pregnancies. I am an activist of SRHR and I love issues of young people. Please, it will not go wrong. I represented you in the West Nile Symposium, and it will not go wrong for you to give me the mandate. Thank you very much.
Yes, that's our lady, the only lady in the race. She's the only lady in the race, by the way. May I invite Honorable Ayume to also come and share with you, just in 2 minutes, please.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. All the respectable dignitaries in the various constituency. In interest of time, all protocol observed. I am by names of Aimee Barak, the youth chairperson, Koboko District. Ladies and gentlemen, this August House, today I am standing here with a pain heart, because oftentimes people whom we think, or people who we are speaking the voices of the young people, are people who could not reach to the right people. That's why we are having a great number of people, of young people still messing on the ground. Taking initially, we used to think that people who we are sending are people of at least Uganda's age bracket of youth. That defines that way. So at this moment, I'm a critical, in fact, a complete youth by the age of 27. I speak the voice of young people in West Nile region as a youth advocate, chairperson for West Nile region. I'm also been nominated to be the youth advocate coordinator to present Uganda in Tanzania coming 24th this very month. So that's why I felt it is through this platform that you can give me some of the views that when I come there, I speak the voice of the young people. Because oftentimes I've been sending people, they go there, but they were seeing no change. And we have come to realize the reason is because we are sending people who are above the age of youth. So when they go to speak to the young people, they cannot pick the message very well. So I believe if you send me who's at the age of 27 to go down to the youth, they'll be in person to share with me their problems freely, and we shall come up with the appropriate solution together with them. So with that, I believe we shall be in person to change the status of young people in West Nile region. Secondly, I also happen to be the chairperson for West Nile Medical Students Association. I'm now in office for, I think it's now the third year. We also have a strong umbrella in Northern region, of which I also happen to be the coordinator in West Nile region. Our colleagues in the room, we are lacking a resource labor in the health department. So that's why much as they are saying that, initially people used to say that the politicians are the historians, but this time we are fighting against that because the historians, they go there, they speak, but there's no action taking place. We are seeing the status of girl child in our region right now. Education level is very down. So we are standing up to see that we boost the labor force. The number of the girls, of the youth unemployed is so. Okay, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, in this August house, I remember Baraka still remains my name. Please, if you really want the voices of the young people to be heard in East Africa or in Africa, and then push up the rightful person who can best reach to the young people. Thank you so much.
Yes, may I invite Honorable Xavier, please, Xavier. Kindly, 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The Speaker, Arua City, the organizers of this great Parliament sitting, my dear honorable members of this August House, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm by the names of Rotomio Xavier Kakonda. I am the youth chairperson for Nebi District. I serve the interest of Youth Council specifically, but again, when we look at the operation, it is not only within that, we cut across. Because when you look at Youth Council, the age bracket is limited. It is from 18 to 30 years. That's where we say it is for youth. But those above 30 who are still camouflaging that they are young people, they are within us. We call them senior youth. So those who are here with us, I want to respect all the senior youth who are here with us and also request for your mandate. As we stand in this house, ladies and gentlemen, let us not be deceived. The affairs of West Nile, the affairs of young people, needs people like Rotomio Xavier to push for the rightful agenda. It is not that I am going to so and so I am going where. West Nile starts from this house, and then we look at the national. When you talk about national representation, I am the true symbol of national figure. So I kindly want to request you that as we sit here, don't be misguided, don't be deceived. The names are very simple. You can write Xavier, you can write Rotomio. It will still remain Rotomio Xavier. So as I conclude, I also represent the interest of West Nile young people in leadership. So I'm the chairperson for the caucus. That means I am well nurtured with the affairs of young people. As I look towards ending the term of office, we must also prepare to hand over to those of you who are in this house camouflaging as young people. Please, when are you going to retire? Being youth is temporary, so I don't want to take much of your time as I request you to kindly look for Rotomio Xavier as the speaker for this parliament to rightfully take you to national. Thank you. May the good Lord bless you all.
Thank you very much. Our duly nominated candidates are as follows. Order in the House. Our duly nominated candidates are as follows. Bako Judith, Honorable, Honorable Ayume Mubarak, and Honorable Kakonda Xavier. Rothomio. I thank you for that. Ballot papers are being rolled out. Then you write the name of the honorable member that you are voting for. Then thereafter, you'll be able to cast your vote. The ballot box is thank you very much. I would like to agree with you that you have a very brilliant idea, and I choose to associate with you entirely. However, because of time, I would have loved to get to know each one of us. It would be very proper for us to get to know who is in the house, name by name. But because of time, that's why we are saying that whoever is going to speak to us, if you're given an opportunity to speak, you must introduce yourself to give the rest of us an opportunity to know who you are. And that is done in an effort to save time. Is that okay? Thank you very much. You write the name of the person and the ballot box is there. Thank you very much. That process is closed. Now the chapter that we are going to get into is the one for counting. I'm going to request every candidate to send in a polling agent. Edna. Yes. Yes.
I want to pass and fail with my boy, Ayume Mubarak.
Yes, thanks so much.
Gaddafi.
I am Ejocha Abdul Salam Lesson. I come in for Bako Judith. Her agent, thank you.
So we are going to count.
I am in for Rothomio Xavier. Adrokote Dio.
Adroko? You know, that means something.
Not in a ringer. I'm a mad.
From
It
that
is
side.
for not for a ringers. Keep your meaning of my name.
I'm shut.
You're doing what? What is your problem? Don't faint here. This place is for people who have strong heart, who have tightened the belt.
You know how many times I failed? Many times. So I'm used to it.
So if you are failure, it is upon you.
I don't think you'll make it. Sorry?
Relax. And supposed to be 43, meaning someone didn't vote.
It's normal.
It's normal. Yes. Yes.
So thank you very much. The total number of votes casted are 42. One of us chose not to vote, which is normal. Very understandable. Now where we are going to go is to count. Cynthia Ruthomio, Honorable Cynthia Ruthomio, Honorable Cynthia Ruthomio, Honorable Ayume Mubarak, Honorable Cynthia Ruthomio,
Cool down. Cool down.
Relax.
Honorable Cynthia Ruthomio,
Relax.
Honorable Judith Bako, Honorable Ayume Mubarak, Honorable Cynthia Ruthomio, Honorable Ayume, Honorable Cynthia Ruthomio, Honorable Cynthia Ruthomio, Honorable Ayume Mubarak, Honorable Cynthia Ruthomio, Honorable Cynthia Ruthomio, Honorable Bako Judith, Honorable Cynthia, Honorable Bako, Honorable Ayume Mubarak, Honorable Bako Judith, Honorable Bako Judith, Honorable Bako Judith, Honorable Bako Judith,
Turns up gun.
Honorable Cynthia Mubarak. That is invalid.
No.
No, Honorable Rothomio Cynthia Kakonda. I wanted to check whether we are alert. Honorable Bako Judith. Honorable Bako Judith. Honorable Bako Judith. Honorable Ayume Mubarak. Honorable Rothomio Cynthia. Honorable Bako Judith. Honorable Bako Judith. Honorable Bako Judith. Honorable Bako. Honorable Cynthia Ruthomio. Honorable Bako Judith. Honorable Bako Judith. Honorable Savior.
Yes, you do.
Makindra Mukamuka. That? Honorable Bako Judith. Honorable Ruthomio. Honorable Savior. Savior Ruthomio.
Bako.
Honorable Bako Judith.
The passing vote.
And finally, Honorable Ayume Mubarak.
Thank you very much.
Loud, loud, loud.
Okay. Yes. We are counting votes for Honorable Ruthomio Savior. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Ayume.
Ayume.
That's Ayume.
Ayume Mbarak. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Honorable Bako Judith now. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17,
18. Yes! Yeah.
I am seeing the candidate jubilate and celebrate before I declare. What if someone had an appeal? If there is an appeal, kindly come through. Anyway, for purposes of this, I would like to take this opportunity. Honorable Bako Judith, 18 votes. Honorable Ruthomio Savior, 17. Honorable Ayume, 7 votes. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Honorable Bako Judith as the duly elected Speaker of the West Nile, I beg your pardon, West Nile Sub-Region Youth Parliament of 2023. And I would like to officially declare Bako Judith as our duly elected Speaker. Thank you. We are going to go for a break, which is strictly 10 minutes. When we come back, the Speaker will be sworn in and we shall convene. Thank you. Let's march out.
My name I'm called Omoni Rogers. I have my own boutique which I'm operating along Lumumba Road, former Adrico Hills factory.
I'm called Asizu Proscovia, and we are in Ovison Trading Center, Bora Sub-County, Arua District.
I'm Rothmi Ivan from Alangi. This is my enterprise. It is called Sunrise. I'm a tailor.
We are in Alangi today. Mine is to train the entrepreneurs on how to market their products on social media. plus all other social media platforms they can use to market their business.
One of the key focus areas was how do we get digital skills to the young people in West Nile. Most importantly, in the face of COVID, because COVID limited our movements, COVID limited our interactions and our ability to be able to transact or even earn something from our businesses.
We've been having training on digital marketing, doing business on WhatsApp, Facebook.
I received a great training from Advanced Africa and the Faraja Africa about digital marketing, which has really impacted a lot in my business of boutique. Because I started the business at a small scale with the worth 200,000, which I used to do it on local sales within the surrounding area, as you see.
I've been trained about 3 times. The first time was on social media and then plus other things, and then the second time I went for another training on how to make TikTok videos. And then the last one was around May. They are all good trainings. We got a lot of knowledge which we are using to train the entrepreneurs on.
I've gathered skills and the knowledge about the digital marketing, about doing business on online marketing, and I've also learned so much so that I can teach the entrepreneurs how to grow their business, not only manually but online.
It is important because you see, when you do business in a shop or at your place, you limit your access to clients within that area. But when you are using this social media, you are able to meet people even far from you. For example, now you come from Arua. When you're coming from Arua, you may expect to meet somebody who's dealing in stationery or somewhere you can eat or you can buy certain things. But if you have ever seen this place on Facebook or on WhatsApp, you can come to me direct because we train them on how to locate their business.
At first, I was so green about it. When I started the business, I was just nothing about digital marketing. I used to have business. In fact, I used to use the platforms for our usual things. But now, when I was transformed, I was taught on how to use the platform by Faraja and Advanced Africa. Really, I've now known the use of social media.
Like the trainers on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook.
Before COVID, each one was doing the business in their own way. Then when this NGO, Advanced Africa and Faraja Africa, they came up with how to do businesses online, that's why we picked interest and decided to also equip our youth so that they can improve on their coverage and sales.
Yeah, my life has changed so much. In fact, I thank Faraja and Advanced Africa because now I'm able to sell online. I've sold many printers online, even I've sold some laptops online, which I used to put in one place, but for now, people call me that I want printer, I want books, I want ABC. I'm able to meet clients who, if they had to come face to face, they couldn't have met me. But because the training I had, I'm able to sell online now. So my market base has increased.
Leaders are corrupt. I talk and I know.
Faraja Digital Television is a free digital platform participating with the youth,
women and men
in civic engagement, economic and Afrocentric development stories. Our heritage sets each and every one of us from the other. At Faraja Digital Television, we educate and sensitize the young people to protect and conserve our African heritage so that it does not lose its authenticity as we pass it on and on from generation to generation.
We provide an insight on the business economics and startups. We also bring you successful stories of young, vibrant entrepreneurs.
Our platform intends to equip you with knowledge that will engage you in policy advocacy, leadership, and community outreach.
Faraja Digital Television.
Telling an African story.
Yes, a very good morning to everyone who's watching Faraja Digital TV. My name is Shedrick Kaibade, and with me
is Namatana Chanzile Tisha.
Yes, today being the 5th day of August, we are live at the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, whereby today is going to be a very different sitting. It won't be the ordinary sitting of the parliamentarians of Uganda. Instead, it will be the youth of the parliament sitting today. Well, this happens to be the 5th edition of the Youth Parliament of Uganda, in that youth are going to get the chance in that very room to discuss the issues that affect them as youth, table bills, pass bills, and have serious debates.
This is not a one-day journey. We started from far back. We've come from sub-regionals, from the different regions around the country, and there is inclusion for everyone, for every youth, to talk about what is actually itching them exactly where they are. Because Kampala issues are not the same as
Gulu issues.
Exactly.
Well, we are going to be interacting with a few of the guests who are coming in to be a part of this prestigious day, and we shall always keep you locked in on this Faraja Digital TV. For more information, just stay tuned. We'll get back to you very shortly.
For you as a nominee on the position of the Speaker.
Why do I think that I am able to achieve this?
Together we can generate a new breed of African leaders. Ezra Ambassador Rashande. The reason why I didn't vote is to make a free environment for someone who is coming into the position, not to have bias on me. In the case of any consultation, so that he be free to come and consult me, and I advise him as his senior.
So right now you have just mentioned that you are neutral in this situation. So do you think, I've heard some murmuring that the elections were not fair. Do you think they were fair?
The elections were very fair. Whether you have lost, whether you have won, you need to cooperate because the cause is the same. We are trying to deliberate the youth of this country.
Thank you very much, Ezra. Just before you go, please give us a closing remark and briefly what you expect from this parliament.
I'll first state what we did in our National Youth Parliament, the 4th National Youth Parliament. First and foremost, we discussed the budget of National Youth Council, and it has been put clear that in the next financial year, the National Youth Council budget, it will be increased. Secondly, we discussed about to allow the pregnant young mothers to be allowed to go to school. Thirdly, we have also introduced a National Youth Symposium. So for that matter, I wish them the best in their leadership.
Yes, Frank, say hello to the people.
Hello, and thank you very much to everyone watching Faraja Television. My name is Rubankene Francis Shah, the just elected Deputy Speaker of the National Youth Parliament.
Yes. So, what are your expectations, Mr. Frank Shah?
First and foremost, this National Youth Parliament is a very big avenue or platform for youths in Uganda to actually air out their views, air out their issues that will lead, the way that they air it out will lead to social changes. These changes will help impact the lives of the very many millions of youths outside in Uganda who have not had the opportunity to come to the floor today. My expectation is that the discussions that we are going to have when we resume the House is to discuss critical issues like the parish development issue, development model that is already in execution, that we will hear the youth voices at this point in time, and I hope we can discuss it, scrutinize it, and come out with motions that will, come out with resolutions that will help the native youth out there.
Well, as you can see, in my background is the youth that have been a part of this very prestigious event. Could you please give us a brief breakdown of the whole process of how the Youth Parliament comes about?
For starters, you know, our country has a very high percentage of the youth. Most of us are quite young. So the selection itself, we had over 2,000 participants, 2,000 applicants, sorry. We had over 2,000 applicants and we had to come down to 150 participants. And this was because of the COVID. You know, we are restricted in terms of numbers, and also financially we can't cater for the millions that we are in this country.
I want you now to tell us, I know along the way, preparing such a very successful event, there are those hiccups you face as organizers. So briefly just tell us a few of the challenges you got.
A few of the challenges I got were most of the applicants wanted to be part of this, but I couldn't have most of them on board. So I am having different lashes out on social media and all that. I'm having calls, I'm having, you know, different people coming to me and wondering whether or not part of this. Yeah, it's quite a big challenge, really. And I'm hoping maybe once the economy stabilizes and we get to have also a proper health system whereby these pandemics are no longer scaring us, we can have a bigger number and we can get to have more people on board. Well, however, I'd like to advise the youth, we can't give up and we're not about to give up. We keep trying. That's every day we wake up and we're like, let's just the bread. Let's, you know, let's work. Let's start the day. Let's try again. We are not going to give up.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Well, you've heard it from the programs manager of Faraja Africa Foundation herself.
My name's Evelyn Akware. I'm very happy to participate in the National Youth Parliament. I've learned many things today which I was not aware of them. First thing, it is important in future, same we must have to participate in National Youth Parliament because it helps us and also people with disabilities to have representatives. Reason why, as we the youth, it is important to be in the parliament to develop many things in Uganda. Because where we are, our economy is not so good. We are not benefiting. Thank you very much.
My name is Boniface Okot. I'm a member of Parliament. I represent the young people of Northern Uganda. But I'm also the chairperson of the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Boniface. Now, when you are on the floor of Parliament earlier on, there's a motion you talked about that you'd like Parliament to really pass on. Could you please tell us more about that motion?
So the motion that I will be able to table or move on the floor of Parliament is a motion for the resolution of Parliament on the state of the youth in Uganda. It's a comprehensive motion that has mostly 4 parts. And the 4 parts are 4 fundamental issues that are affecting the young people of this country. The first one being the issue of youth unemployment and livelihood. The second one being the responsiveness of social services in Uganda to the needs of the youth. Thirdly, is how meaningful youth participation in decision making is in Uganda and the level of gender equality. And then number 4 is on the issue of climate governance. So these are all issues that we want to squarely deal with and see the level of involvement of the young people in these particular processes. So on that same day, I'll also be able to table the resolutions of the National Youth Parliament for onward transmission and for action. Thank you very much.
Yes, once again, thank you so much for staying tuned to Faraja Digital TV. As the saying goes, even the best dancer leaves the dance floor. So what we began as a journey in the morning has finally come to the final end of its lap. So Letitia, tell me, what was among your climax effects of the day?
Oh, I was very surprised to see that people with disabilities were well represented. They had very good points. People who are online actually had the best arguments. I was really impressed. I don't know about you, Shedrick.
Well, actually, me on my side, I was very impressed with the way the youth really debated their issues. Of course, there were little irregularities here and there, but still, they made sure their voice was heard. But let's hope and pray that the government of the Republic of Uganda and the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda really put into use what the youth have told them. As for Faraja Digital TV, I remain Shedrick Kaibale and
Namata Letitia. Stay tuned and we love you.
Thank you. We love you so much. Live from Parliament.
My name's I'm called Omoni Rogers. I have my own boutique which I'm operating along Lumumba Road, former Adrico Hills factory.
I'm called Asizu Proskovia, and we are in Ovison Trading Center, Vura Sub-County, Arua District.
I'm Rotimi Ivan from Malangi. This is my enterprise. It is called Sunrise. I'm a tailor.
We are in Alangi today. Mine is to train the entrepreneurs on how to market their products on social media, plus all other social media platforms they can use to market their business.
One of the key focus areas was how do we get digital skills to the young people in West Nile. Most importantly, in the face of COVID, because COVID limited our movements, COVID limited our interactions and our ability to be able to transact or even earn something from our businesses.
We've been having training on digital marketing, doing business on WhatsApp, Facebook.
I received a great training from Advanced Africa and the Faraja Africa about digital marketing, which has really impacted a lot in my business of boutique. Because I started the business at a small scale with the worth 200,000, which I used to do it on local sales within the surrounding area, as you see.
I've been trained about 3 times. The first time was on social media, and then plus other things, and then the second time I went for another training on how to make TikTok videos. And then the last one was around May. They are all good trainings. We got a lot of knowledge which we are using to train the entrepreneurs on.
I've gathered skills and knowledge about the digital marketing, about doing business on online marketing, and I've also learned so much so that I can teach the entrepreneurs how to grow their business, not only manually, but online.
It is important because you see, when you do business in a shop or at your place, you limit your access to clients within that area. But when you are using this social media, you are able to meet people even far from you. For example, now you come from Arua. When you're coming from Arua, you may expect to meet somebody who's dealing in stationery or somewhere you can eat or you can buy certain things. But if you have ever seen this place on Facebook or on WhatsApp, you can come to me direct because we train them on how to locate their business.
At first, I was so green about it. When I started the business, I was just nothing about digital marketing. I used to have business. In fact, I used to use the platforms for our usual things. But now, when I was transformed, I was taught on how to use the platform by Faraja and Advanced Africa. Really, I've now known the use of social media.
Like the trainers on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook.
Before COVID, each one was doing the business in their own way. Then when this NGO, Advanced Africa and Faraja Africa, they came up with how to do businesses online. That's why we picked interest and decided to also equip our youth so that they can improve on their coverage and sales.
Yeah, my life has changed so much. In fact, I thank Faraja and Advanced Africa because now I'm able to sell online. I've sold many printers online, even I've sold some laptops online, which I used to put in one place, but for now, people call me that I want printer, I want books, I want ABC. I'm able to meet clients who, if they had to come face to face, they couldn't have met me. But because the training I had, I'm able to sell online now. So my market base has increased.
Leaders are corrupt. I talk and I know.
Faraja Digital Television is a free digital platform participating with the youth,
women and men
in civic engagement, economic and Afrocentric development stories. Our heritage sets each and every one of us from the other. At Faraja Digital Television, we educate and sensitize the young people to protect and conserve our African heritage so that it does not lose its authenticity as we pass it on and on from generation to generation.
We provide an insight on the business economics and startups. We also bring you successful stories of young, vibrant entrepreneurs.
Our platform intends to equip you with knowledge that will engage you in policy advocacy, leadership, and community outreach.
Faraja Digital Television,
telling an African story.
Yes, a very good morning to everyone who's watching Faraja Digital TV. My name is Shedrick Kaibale, and with me
is Namatana Chanzile Tisha.
Yes, today being the 5th day of August, we are live at the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, whereby today is going to be a very different sitting. It won't be the ordinary sitting of the parliamentarians of Uganda. Instead, it will be the youth of the parliament sitting today. Well, this happens to be the 5th edition of the Youth Parliament of Uganda, in that youth are going to get the chance in that very room to discuss the issues that affect them as youth, table bills, pass bills, and have serious debates.
This is not a one-day journey. We started from Pabak. We've come from sub-regionals, from the different regions around the country, and there is inclusion for everyone, for every youth, to talk about what is actually itching them exactly where they are. Because Kampala issues are not the same as
Gulu issues.
Exactly.
Well, we are going to be interacting with a few of the guests who are coming in to be a part of this prestigious day, and we shall always keep you locked in on this Faraja Digital TV. For more information, just stay tuned. We'll get back to you very shortly.
For you as a nominee on the position of the Speaker.
Why do I think that I am able to achieve this?
Together we can generate a new breed of African leaders.
Ezra Ambassador Rashande. The reason why I didn't vote is to make a free environment for someone who is coming into the position, not to have bias on me. In the case of any consultation, so that he be free to come and consult me, and I advise him as his senior.
So right now you have just mentioned that you are neutral in this situation. So do you think, I've had some murmuring that the elections were not fair. Do you think they were fair?
The elections were very fair. Whether you have lost, whether you have won, you need to cooperate because the cause is the same. We are trying to deliberate the youth of this country.
Thank you very much, Ezra. Just before you go, please give us a closing remark and briefly what you expect from this parliament.
I'll first state what we did in our National Youth Parliament, the 4th National Youth Parliament. First and foremost, we discussed the budget of National Youth Council, and it has been put clear that in the next financial year, the National Youth Council budget, it will be increased. Secondly, we discussed about to allow the pregnant young mothers to be allowed to go to school. Thirdly, we have also introduced a National Youth Symposium. So for that matter, I wish them the best in their leadership.
Yes, Faraja, say hello to the people.
Hello, and thank you very much to everyone watching Faraja Television. My name is Rubankene Francis Shah, the just elected Deputy Speaker of the National Youth Parliament.
So, what are your expectations, Mr. Faraja?
First and foremost, this National Youth Parliament is a very big avenue or platform for youths in Uganda to actually air out their views, air out their issues that will lead, the way that they air it out will lead to social changes. These changes will help impact the lives of the very many millions of youths outside in Uganda who have not had the opportunity to come to the floor today. My expectation is that the discussions that we are going to have when we resume the House is to discuss critical issues like the parish development issue, development model that is already in execution, that we will hear the youth voices at this point in time, and I hope we can discuss it, scrutinize it, and come out with motions that will, come out with resolutions that will help the native youth out there.
Well, as you can see, in my background is the youth that have been a part of this very prestigious event. Could you please give us a brief breakdown of the whole process of how the Youth Parliament comes about?
For starters, you know, our country has a very high percentage of the youth. Most of us are quite young. So the selection itself, we had over 2,000 participants, 2,000 applicants, sorry. We had over 2,000 applicants, and we had to come down to 150 participants. And this was because of the COVID. You know, we are restricted in terms of numbers, and also financially we can't cater for the millions that we are in this country.
I want you now to tell us, I know along the way, preparing such a very successful event, there are those hiccups you face as organizers. So briefly just tell us a few of the challenges you got.
A few of the challenges I got were most of the applicants wanted to be part of this, but I couldn't have most of them on board. So I am having different lashes out on social media and all that. I'm having calls, I'm having, you know, different people coming to me and wondering whether or not part of this. Yeah, it's quite a big challenge, really. And I'm hoping maybe once the economy stabilizes and we get to have also a proper health system whereby these pandemics are no longer scaring us, we can have a bigger number and we can get to have more people on board. Well, however, I'd like to advise the youth, we can't give up, and we're not about to give up. We keep trying. That's every day we wake up and we're like, let's just the bread. Let's, you know, let's work. Let's start the day. Let's try again. We are not going to give up.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Well, you've heard it from the programs manager of Faraja Africa Foundation herself.
My name's Evelyn Akware. I'm very happy to participate in the National Youth Parliament. I've learned many things today which I was not aware of them. First thing, it is important in future, same we must have to participate in National Youth Parliament because it helps us and also people with disabilities to have representatives. Reason why, as we the youth...
My name is Boniface Okot. I'm a member of Parliament. I represent the young people of Northern Uganda. But I'm also the chairperson of the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Boniface. Now, when you are on the floor of Parliament earlier on, there's a motion you talked about that you'd like Parliament to really pass on. Could you please tell us more about that motion?
So the motion that I will be able to table or move on the floor of Parliament is a motion for the resolution of Parliament on the state of the youth in Uganda. It's a comprehensive motion that has mostly 4 parts. And the 4 parts are 4 fundamental issues that are affecting the young people of this country. The first one being the issue of youth unemployment and livelihood. The second one being the responsiveness of social services in Uganda to the needs of the youth. Thirdly, is how meaningful youth participation in decision making is in Uganda and the level of gender equality. And then number 4 is on the issue of climate governance. So these are all issues that we want to squarely deal with and see the level of involvement of the young people in these particular processes. So on that same day, I'll also be able to table the resolutions of the National Youth Parliament for onward transmission and for action. Thank you very much.
Yes, once again, thank you so much for staying tuned to Faraja Digital TV. As the saying goes, even the best dancer leaves the dance floor. So what we began as a journey in the morning has finally come to the final end of its lap. So Letitia, tell me, what was among your climax effects of the day?
Oh, I was very surprised to see that people with disabilities were well represented. They had very good points. People who are online actually had the best arguments. I was really impressed. I don't know about you, Shedrick.
Well, actually, me on my side, I was very impressed with the way the youth really debated their issues. Of course, there were little irregularities here and there, but still they made sure their voice was heard. But let's hope and pray that the government of the Republic of Uganda and the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda really put into use what the youth have told them. As for Faraja Digital TV, I remain Shedrick Kaibale and
Namata Letitia. Stay tuned and we love you.
Thank you. We love you so much. Live from Parliament.
My name I'm called Omony Rogers. I have my own boutique which I'm operating along Lumumba Road, former Adrico Hills factory.
I'm called Asizu Proskovia, and we are in Ovison Trading Center, Vura Sub-County, and Arua District.
I'm Rotimi Ivan from Alangi. This is my enterprise. It is called Sunrise. I'm a tailor.
We are in Alangi today. Mine is to train the entrepreneurs on how to market their products on social media, plus all other social media platforms they can use to market their business.
One of the key focus areas was how do we get digital skills to the young people in West Nile. Most importantly, in the face of COVID, because COVID limited our movements, COVID earned something from our businesses.
We've been having training on digital marketing, doing business on WhatsApp, Facebook.
I received a great training from Advanced Africa and the Faraja Africa about digital marketing, which has really impacted a lot in my business of boutique. Because I started the business at a small scale with the worth 200,000, which I used to do it on local sales within the surrounding area, as you see.
I've been trained about 3 times. The first time was on social media, and then plus other things, and then the second time we went for another training on how to make TikTok videos. And then the last one was around May. They are all good trainings. We got a lot of knowledge which we are using to train the entrepreneurs on.
And I've also learned so much so that I can teach the entrepreneurs how to grow their business, not only manually, but online.
It's important because you see,
NGO, Advanced Africa and the Faraja Africa, they came up with how to do businesses online. That's why we picked interest and decided to also equip our youth so that they can improve on their coverage and sales.
Yeah, my life has changed so much. In fact, I thank Faraja and Advanced Africa because now I'm able to sell online. I've sold many printers online, even I've sold some laptops online, which I used to put in one place, but for now, people call me that I want printer, I want books, I want ABC. I'm able to meet clients who, if they had to come face to face, they couldn't have met me. But because the training I had, I'm able to sell online now. So my market base has
Leaders are corrupt. I talk and I know.
Faraja Digital Television is a free digital platform participating with the youth,
women and men
in civic engagement, economic and Afrocentric, one of us from the other. At Faraja Digital Television, we educate and sensitize the young people to protect and conserve our African heritage so that it does not lose its authenticity as we pass it on and on from generation to generation.
We provide an insight on the business economics and startups. We also bring you successful stories of young, vibrant entrepreneurs.
Our platform intends to equip you with knowledge that will engage you in policy advocacy, leadership, and community outreach.
Faraja Digital Television,
telling an African story.
Yes, a very good morning to everyone who's watching Faraja Digital TV. My name is Sheikh.
Thank you very much. What you're going to do right now is to allow the speaker to take the oath so that he can proceed and
I, Bako Judith, swear in the name of Almighty God that I will at all times well and truly serve the Republic of Uganda in the interest of the in the office of the Speaker of the West Nile Sub-Region Youth Parliament, and that I will support, uphold the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. So help me God.
Thank you very much. My time is done. It's now the speaker to take over. Thank you.
Attention for the Uganda national anthem. Oh, Uganda. The East African anthem.
Prayers.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed officers of leaders and leaders for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favors these your servants, whom we have been pleased to call to the performance of such important tasks in this life. Let your blessings descend upon them, here assembled, and grant them that may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful manner, as to promote your honor and glory, and advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their church. Amen.
Clerk to Parliament, take us to the next item.
Right Honorable Speaker, next item on the order paper is communication from the Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the clerks, for today's sitting. First of all, I would like to thank God for giving us this opportunity to come and deliberate as a region on matters that are not only affecting us as a region, but as a whole country. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the young people of this region for having given me the mandate to be their speaker for our regional parliament. And I pray that you continue to be blessed by Almighty Allah, so that your prayers will enable me to shine at a national level for the same position. And I want to thank all of you for having accepted to come and deliberate on matters that have eroded our society. You know, as young people, we constitute the biggest percentage of this country's population, and that therefore demands an attention from the national parliament of this country. And the attention can only happen when we unite together as a region and focus and push our members of parliament, the cabinet of this country, and also if we are able to push issues that are pro-young people and catch the eye of the national parliament speaker, that is when we shall say that as young people, our voices can be amplified. For my two colleagues who contested in this same position, and democratically West Nile decided on who to chair this parliament of today, and you accepted. Thank you very much, my brothers. And that's the kind of solidarity that we need. And this is the kind of democracy that we as young people should be able to work hard to push for. We now, because we constitute, we have the numbers as young people, and therefore we must always push so that even in our constituencies, within our districts where we are coming from, let us combine efforts to change one or two things in our democracy system so that we are able to fit easily as young people. And our partners, the Faraja Africa Foundation, Action Aid, GIZ, and the media, thank you for coming to stand with the young people and accepting to walk a talk that will make a cause to happen in our country, so that the population that is big can be able to benefit from. We all know that Uganda is advancing into issues of technology, and we want to invest much interest in agriculture, and this is the time on how we can be able to push young people's attention and involve them into issues that are going to transform this society. Now the president is talking about the 1 acre model. How prepared is the young person for the 1 acre model agriculture that the president is talking about? And yet, we have issues like the land fragmentations that needs attention of the young people, of the elderly people. And we have issues of where the young people do not own land unless they buy it. These are issues that I want us to deliberate on so that we are able to push it at a national level, and the national parliament is able to have a resolution on how the young people can acquire land, which must not always be in inheritance. Because to the best of my knowledge, even the inherited land does not favor a young person who is a woman. So our parliament must be able to, if we want to embrace agriculture, our parliament today must be able to have resolutions around agriculture that allows a conducive environment for our young people to have access to land, and they must own it and use the 1 acre model for productive agriculture. At this juncture, I would like to thank you very much for coming. Please, Sergeant at Arms, please can we focus here? Honorable member from Nebi, can we focus here? Thank you. So as the speaker, as the clerk of the parliament will take us through the next items, please let us devote ourselves and come up with concrete resolutions that must be befitting of our region. As young people, if we say, yes, we want to embrace the 1 acre agriculture, do we have the access to the land? Do we have tractors that we can help to do work faster? Do we have irrigation systems? These are the issues that I want you to talk about today so that it appears very clear in our resolution. Because if in other regions the government has been supporting the young people with tractors and with irrigation facilities, why not here? These are the things that I would like us to deliberate. And as I wind up, the Right Honorable Speaker of Arua City, we thank you very much for these premises. We want to commit our total support to you, as you also committed to us earlier this morning, so that every function of the young people can take place here without any charges on it, because the young people are very poor and they do not have money in which they can be able to hire these places. Thank you very much for listening. Clerk to Parliament, take us to the next item. Thank you very much, our clerks. I am aware that the young people have come up with papers that are supposed to be, on which motions are supposed to be moved on today. I would like, therefore, to ask the movers of those different documents to lay it before us so that we can have discussions on them. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the House, the motion underway is an important motion that takes a center stage of transformation. I hereby move a motion seeking for a resolution of this parliament sitting in Arua City, urging government to prioritize investment in climate change and youth in agriculture. I beg to lay.
Honorable members, we are aware that a motion mover has moved a motion. Can we therefore have a honorable member to second that motion?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I am here to move the motion. Thank you. I'm sorry, I am here to second the motion moved. Thank you.
Thank you very much for seconding that motion. Before I allow the House to have discussions on this motion, I would like the mover of the motion to interest us, to make us know why this motion, and probably why does he need our attention as young people of this region, and why does he think that it is a good resolution for us? Make us know. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. West Nile has great potential to become a breadbasket in Uganda, owing to its vast fertile land and abundant water resources.
Maybe you may have to introduce yourself to us and the constituency that you represent.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Ijotiga Ibrahim, the Executive Director, 73rd Parliament, Yumbe Branch. The move of the motion. West Nile has great potential to become a breadbasket in Uganda, owing to its vast fertile land and abundant water resources. However, studies have indicated that 58% of the land suitable for agricultural production, only 14 is under cultivation. Agriculture, which accounts for over 40% of Uganda's GDP, which employs 80% of the labor force and contributes 85% of export goods, is largely dependent on natural rainfall, thereby making it vulnerable to drought in anticipation of changes in weather cycle. The effects of higher temperatures, frequent and severe climatic changes in Uganda are seen in the reduction in food security, a decline in the quantity and quality of water, degradation of ecosystems, and negative impacts on health, settlements, and infrastructure. Small-scale farm production in West Nile is often insufficient to cover up basic household nutritional needs. Even if farmers produce surplus that can be sold to the outside market, they still find difficulty to market their produce due to poor market linkages. In light of Vision 2040, the strategic purpose of Uganda is defined to have a transformed Ugandan society from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country, determined to become a competitive financial years 2020-2021 to 2024-2025, with a predominant focus on increasing average household incomes and achieving a per capita income of at least $1,301 by the end of 2025. Uganda is one of the countries standing at higher risk of climate change effect and one of the least prepared to counter that effect. Currently, the country's agricultural sector is experiencing a manifestation of climate change effects through frequent and severe dry spellouts, floods, high temperatures, and increased incidences of pests and diseases. This exposure to climate change is intensified by land degradation, resulting in reduced productivity, loss and damages, and low sector performance. The continual lack of real transformation of the agricultural sector renders achievements within the sector unsustainable and keeps the population vulnerable to external shocks. It's important to note that increased efforts within the agricultural sector, maintaining focus on climatic smart approaches as well as growth, while increasingly involving and tasking this government, will potentially contribute to an important breakthrough in transformation of the sector. Climate change has and will continue to have significant impacts on agriculture and livelihoods of the poor, given the fact that many people are highly reliant on weather-supported agricultural practices in Uganda. In addition to investing in climate resilient initiatives where people can sustainably carry out agriculture throughout the year, the government should make sure that there is access to credit facilities for young people. Access to finance is a critical factor established to drive productivity and development. Although agricultural financing in itself has not received priority in the policy-making processes with no clear framework and strategy, but several initiatives have been established by the government to improve access to finance, such as agricultural credit facility, youth venture capital fund.
Excuse me, very important. They are interesting all of us on how we can improve our agriculture in this region. And we all know that this matter affects even women more. But to my dissatisfaction, the male honorable members of this parliament are very attentive than the women who are making noise. Can we pay attention, please? Or else the sergeant at arms will take you out of action from here. Thank you. Continue.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. You have said it right. Even in Uganda, women have turned to tractors than men. They are more interested in the
Also,
farming
let
than
us
men.
be focused on the matter that is on table, because first of all, we have the media stars, and we are streaming live on satellite TV. So let us focus on the matters of discussion, members. Thank you.
Okay,
Continue.
we are saying access to finance is a critical factor established to drive productivity and development. Although agricultural financing itself has not received priority in the policy-making processes with no clear framework and strategy, but several initiatives have been established by the government to improve access to finance, such as agricultural credit facility, youth venture capital fund, youth livelihood program, youth entrepreneurship venture capital fund, women, Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program, among others. Conversely, these initiatives have not adequately solved the issue of limited access to finance by the youth in agriculture, which was ranked as severely affecting their participation in the sector. Coupling with the current elephant in the room, and that is the Paris Development Model, focusing on agricultural chain initiatives does not deliberate on the youth engagement. The guideline issue does not provide special support to youth engagement in agriculture while disregarding them from forming their own homogeneous groups. Even National Youth Council has noted with great concern that it will be difficult to assess whether the youth in a parish have effectively used the 30% of the funds stipulated in the guidelines. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, in the face of Vision 2040, the needs of young people should be given priority as future bearers on whom the vision is entrenched. The participation of youth in policy formulation and decisional processes is eminent. The need to transform Uganda from a peasant to a modern and prosperous society is inextricably bound to the transformation of young people. On a positive note, we are seeking for a resolution of this parliament sitting in West Nile, Arua City, urging the government to prioritize investment in climate change and youth in agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The mover of the motion, members, you have keenly interested yourselves into the key peculiar issues that affect agriculture in our region. We're also aware that even lack of hydroelectricity power is a concern in this region. Yes, if we want to impress the 1 acre model and have value addition on what we produce here, without electricity, that cannot be achievable. It is now incumbent upon you, members of the parliament today, what is your take? This is the time for discussions. Please air out what needs to be incorporated into this resolution if by the end of the day it stands that we should have this as a West Nile region resolution. What are those key things that you feel the government of Uganda should interest itself on and have budgets appropriated for if we must embrace and economically transform ourselves in agriculture, which has now entered into the parish development model? I therefore open this floor for discussions. Thank you. You can stand up and catch my eye. Yes, my honorable member representing the Nebi municipality.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And would also like to thank the convener of this Honorable August House and supporting young people in this matter. Right, Honorable Speaker.
The honorable member representing Aringa South, can you pay attention to your counterpart of Nebi municipality? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, by names, I am Honorable Francisco Onoba, representing the constituency of Nebi and young people. I would like to take this motion forward and suggest a number of ideas from young people's perspective that can guide this nation in developing a policy document that can work for the young people. And I pray, Honorable Speaker, that by this, the government should not just only be listening to us, but we want them, whatever we are saying should be taken into due consideration and implemented, because I understand one of the problems we have in this country is implementation. Via documentation and policy, we are good. Honorable Speaker, I know I have limited time. These are the points I would like to share with honorable colleagues for due consideration. On climate change, as captured, and especially in relations to agriculture and investment, are priorities for young people in this nation. Madam Speaker, I want to say that in Uganda, we are really highly vulnerable, especially West Nile. It is well documented, it is a known fact, and by that, it is affecting our employability as young people in this region. Why? Because agriculture is a backbone of our economy as West Nilers and also as Ugandans. And by that, climate issue is, is a challenge to us. You know why? Because most of our farmers, we are vulnerable via poverty and also vulnerable to the weather, because we highly depend on rainfall for our productivity. And believe me, majority of our people cannot afford irrigation, firstly. Secondly, the few that we have in Ayabo, in Pakwash district, cannot supply every West Nilers. That said, means majority are still affected and are still grappling with these challenges at our local community. And that effect is on young people and women, because it is the young people that needs to be supported with this backbone economy to go to school, need to be supported even with marriage, given our culture. So that is where we have challenge. And I want to interest ourselves, Honorable Speaker, that much as we are talking, we know also there are catalysts that can make this work to, for us as young people.
Summarize.
Yeah, one of them is an insurance policy. I made to understand that under agriculture insurance, agri-consortium insurance exists in this country, where we have a consortium of 13 insurance companies. Honorable Speaker, this program is being supported by government in Uganda, but I am sure more than 80% of West Nilers don't know about this insurance package. Besides that, this program began about in 2018, 2019.
3 seconds left.
Honorable, I pray that you add me at least 1 more minute, because I really need to make this clear. So by this, you find we don't know, and yet West Nile, because of our drought, being prone to drought, we have a subsidy of 80% payment by government. But we don't know. Most young people don't know. I know we have robust communication system in this country, but some of these things are intentionally being hidden from us. So I pray that through this house, this needs to be addressed. And I also understand that it is soon going to end, like by next year. So by this, I'm urging the government to extend it specifically for West Nile as an affirmative action. Madam Speaker, I also have, I want to interest this House on issues of financing. You know, agriculture, our beloved president is speaking about us moving from subsistence economy to a commercialized one, from subsistence farming. Now, when we need to go to commercialize agriculture, we need finance because it is hard to do it with hand hoe. Thereby, we need finances. He speaks about UDB. I am one person who began following UDB from 2021. I presented all the documents, but to date, nothing has been happening. I think UDB is just a hoax to us in West Nile specifically. So government should interest itself in finding out what is going on and how West Nilers can tap this opportunity so that we can get the tractors we need, we can get the irrigations we need, we can get other infrastructures like the warehouses and the processing facilities. Again, I also want to add my voice on this, Honorable Speaker. West Nile, if government can take an affirmative action in making West Nile as an economic zone, and this will provide us in a number of ways, it will have a big trickle-down effect in employment and also on that agriculture we are talking about. Because West Nile has potential in being a transport hub in this region. We have DRC Congo, we have Central African Republic, and other neighboring areas who need transport, be it air transport, lorries, railway, and also in the well-developed industrial parks. Honorable Speaker, West Nile have capacity in becoming a mineral hub. Due to this being a border country, especially Arua city, you know, we can have a number, like more than 34 gold mine centers within West Nile. It is researched and it is documented. And this can also provide employment for young people. Madam Honorable Speaker, West Nile can also be planned as an investment hub. And this can work in this country. We can be after Dubai of Africa.
Thank you
I
very
pray
much.
that this should be considered. And we can also become a food hub. Imagine over 2 billion shillings is lost in Arua annually in only and only tomato.
Thank you very much,
Honorable Speaker.
Right, my Honorable Member of Parliament for Nebi Municipality, I can see other members of the House itching to have a say. Thank you very much for your submissions. Take your seat, please,
thank you,
Honorable
thank you.
Member
Thank
for
you.
Nebi. I can see that the young people from this region are anxious to speak about the issues of climate change and agriculture, which acts as, just as my member has submitted, that employability, because I am looking at how can the young people's number, which is unemployed, be captured. Honorable Adroko Teddy from the woman member of parliament for Madio Kolo, where a lot of land is unutilized.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for quoting my eyes and the House at large. By names, I am Adroko Teddy, as she said, woman MP of Madio Kolo, to come. District. Honorable Speaker and the Agat House at large, I want to interest myself particularly on agriculture. That is backbone of Uganda and backbone of West Nile, particularly. When we look at the population of West Nile people, we are around 2.7 million. But out of 2.7 million, 50% these are youths and the young people. That today government saying that agriculture is the backbone, that contributes about 65% of GDP of the country. I once said this, much as young people, they're trying their best to be in agriculture, but my people, we can't do agriculture with the whole that we are saying we are doing commercialized agriculture. It is impossible in our region. I tried as a passion. I opened up like 3 acres of land, but actually I'm already defeated because I can't finish it with the whole. The labor is expensive. We can't do it. So therefore, when we look at the population of West Nile, the 50% that is the young people, it is very hard for us in a way that we're talking the talk today in the country is big deal. But the guideline has never provided for the youth. Matthias is talking about 30%. My recommendation to the government would be that if youths are allowed to form that, there are only groups in their various institutions. Once their various constitutions, it
Maybe the woman member of parliament for Madio Okolo to come. How do you want the composition to be? Because now we want to be issue-based. If you want young people to form their own groups for example, for parish development model, how do you want it to be?
That benefited from youth livelihood. Up to now, they have not paid back this money. How do you expect your fellow members to also receive this money? Because this is a revolving fund. Our young people said, government money has no poison. Even if I eat it, there's no problem. But remember, you are killing your own, you are dying in your own movie. Government trying to help us to come out of this poverty or to do something better for us. I would say that as government brings in these finances to support the youth, to support the young people, let them reduce, I think, change the way of accessibility. Because the terms and the conditions, some of them they're hard. Much as government also trying to do their best. Last month, I think I was in for national advocacy meeting in Entebbe with organized by Naguru Teenage plus other development partners. This was the same issue that featured in the presence of Commissioner for Youth Affairs, Dr. Mundo. These were the issues that came out. But we are grateful that they said it's going to be taken up. Because by then there was even parliamentary forum for youth, their representatives are there. We are hopeful that the issues, the voices of West Nile are taken up. Indeed, West Nile is a vulnerable region. If today our youths are guarding the roads, as if the roads are going to be stolen, but no, they are there because some of them try to access these finances, all in vain. They have given up. Lastly, when we talk about agriculture, there's a government program. Government has very good programs, micro-scale irrigation scheme. That is also another talk today.
Honorable, the woman member of parliament for Madio Okolo to come. Are you aware that that was under NUSAF? And now NUSAF was a specific program that was to rehabilitate the whole of northern Uganda for the 20 years of war. But are you, as members of this parliament, are you aware that NUSAF is no longer called NUSAF? No. It is now called National Uganda Social Action Fund. So if such programs become a national, and yet the region that suffered was called Northern Uganda, I want you members to interest yourself, because when we want to receive grants, the grants must be in social action funds like NUSAF. Now, if it comes for region, for a whole country, and yet the entire country did not suffer the LRA war, members, I want you to bring it in that context.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You have put it rightly. It was to benefit Northern Uganda, but not a chance to be national. Meaning that we are not the beneficiaries. Yes, please. Action.
Project aimed at alleviating the livelihoods of people in West Nile, Northern Uganda, and Eastern Uganda, including Karamoja as well, not just Northern Uganda.
When I talk about Northern Uganda, I am aware that by 2021, Northern Uganda is comprised of 38 districts, including Karamoja. Eastern Uganda was never, the original plan of NUSAF, Eastern Uganda was never supposed to be a beneficiary of this program. This program was specifically to alleviate poverty because of the 20 years of LRA war that took place in Northern Uganda.
True.
I am aware that even we have members, especially from the Ombachi area, who were massacred and they were not compensated by the government. And NUSAF was supposed to benefit such families whose members died in Konyi War. So when we talk about Northern Uganda, it is not inclusive of Eastern Uganda. I want you members who come from this region, interest yourself. You are a region called Northern because you form up to Karamoja. The poverty level is because of the different wars. The Arrow boys who fought in Teso land, members have been compensated. Is it because maybe they have the speaker of the parliament, or they have the vice president of this country? So when we talk about Northern Uganda, it is from here to Karamoja, not inclusive of Teso area. Thank you. Summarize.
Okay, thank you. My speaker, I was talking about micro-scale irrigation scheme that government said it is co-funding. When they talk about co-funding, what does it mean? You as a beneficiary, you're supposed to give some money before government gives you what is needed for irrigation scheme. But what is the money? Minimum is 2.5. Will my young boy in the village there, somewhere near Wanga, that is where end of Madiokolo is, bordering your Bongi, will the person get 2.5 to do co-funding? Yes, we have we have permanent water sources. Yes, right. We have the land, right. In West Nile, Madiokolo is so far the blessed district with more land. But my people, our young people, some of them can't afford what? Can't afford these micro-scale irrigation schemes that government is talking about co-funding, 2.5, maybe 3 million or 5 million. I've seen that it is even people who are well-to-do that they want to benefit in this irrigation scheme. I applied for it. So far, 3 times they told me they're coming to assess you, they're coming to assess you. But have they come? No. Maybe they may think I might not afford. Who tells you? So let government at least reduce on this co-funding for young people so that young people can interest themselves in agriculture if you want to see our young people who are unemployed in agriculture. Yes, agriculture employs 80% of Uganda's population, but in this 80%, am I West Nile youths are there? They are not there because they cannot even, they only, not allowed because my time is remaining a second.
Probably my member of parliament for Madiokolo, probably the information he wants to give will be able to add more beef on your submissions. Let's allow him to have. Yes.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity you've given me. I'm called Opar Albert from Pakwach. I have a procedural issue that I would like to raise. Madam Speaker, timely so that we know by the time you are coming to debate, I have this time. If perhaps that time is not enough, I will request for an addition. Otherwise, we have a lot of things on the order paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I know that it is a procedural matter, but you were giving an information. If I knew that the procedural matter is an information directed to me, I would have objected it. But nevertheless, can you summarize, member?
Okay, thank
henceforth,
you. So,
henceforth, the rest will be 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was giving my summary on this micro-scale irrigation scheme, I was saying, if government could reduce on this co-funding for the young people, particularly for the young people, that can at least access these government programs, that's when they can interest themselves in agriculture. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance. I remain advocated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, member, for your submissions. The woman member of parliament, Arua City.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, the Honorable August House. My name is Sheila Princess Obia, within Arua City, representing the people of Aivu. It is very interesting that such a topic as agriculture is being discussed today. If it may interest all of us here to know that Aivu is the host of this city of about 412 kilometers square, which probably could be one of the biggest sub-regional cities in the world. It is a sub-regional city. So when we talk about agriculture, I would have loved to laugh first, but I came with a bleeding heart. It is very unfortunate. I don't know how many of us know the definition of agriculture, where it is supposed to be practiced, who practices it, and what have you. When I look at agriculture in Uganda, it is generally the backbone of this country, yes. Probably the most energetic people today, even before today, that started practicing agriculture in Uganda, that has made it the backbone of this country, are no longer energetic like the youth today, which has made probably even 90% of the GDP or whatever it could be. So what has brought me here particularly is, when you look at agriculture practices, they are done in vast lands. But we, the people of Aivu, are very unfortunate. We had 7 sub-counties, plus the twin municipality, where services were given to people very effectively. In fact, the definition of decentralization was put up to the peak. But when you look at the situation of the people of Aivu today, the 7 sub-counties have been merged to 1. So I would want to request somebody to tell us whether decentralization has not been abused in this case. Because if you are telling me you're bringing services closer to people, I would expect that these sub-counties are very functional. Somebody in Vudrikali, I don't know how many of you people know where Vudrikali is, that used to come and access services in the headquarters of Oluko, now has to walk all the way from Vudrikali, which is the border of Terego and Aivu, to come and access these services here. Which services am I talking about? They used to give people cassava stock. They used to give potato vines, which people locally call potato leaves. This person used to come and collect these leaves, this stock near. But look at the scenario where this person is coming all the way from there up to this area to fetch this. This is already a cost. Secondly, if you're telling me we are practicing agriculture, where city, in a city land, there are so many policies, Madam Speaker, that does not favor our people. How are the people of Aivu going to practice agriculture where they don't have vast land? Do we practice this agriculture in the air? Oh, how many of us have ever heard of agriculture city? Because I've not heard of any, and I'm about to be 30 years old. I would want someone to interest me of that there's agriculture city existing somewhere where they have been rearing animals, because agriculture is rearing animals and growing of what? Crops. So, how many lands do we have here to rear animals? And how many people can effectively, our youth, can practice agriculture in the city where you don't have land. Because in a city that happens to be cosmopolitan, you don't practice agriculture effectively. These sub-counties that would make this issue easy for us to access these services have all been closed up.
Summarize.
Madam Speaker, give me time. I came to speak.
Summarize.
You know, when the likes of NUSAF, NARO, and what have you were formed, these organizations made the government programs to reach to people effectively. But with the close of these sub-counties, none of these things have been helping the situation of the people of Ivu. Now, my resolution is, let the government give Ivu a district, and city be carved maybe from the pre-urban areas to merge that, because according to the constitution, we are supposed to have what? We are supposed to have a sub-regional city which is elevating the municipality to a city status. So that when we have our district behind there, where the 7 sub-counties will go back to, we shall have our land, the youth will practice agriculture effectively, which will feed the city. Because right now, who is actually feeding the city? There's going to be hunger people are crying for. Criminal activities will, of course, surge up. At the end of the day, do we need to have youth that are criminals? We need agriculture to be boosted. But where do we have the land? We do not have the land to practice this agriculture.
Accepted.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Here standing is Honorable Justin Omerambe, Pakwash constituency. Madam Speaker, I want to inform the current speaker that when town or cities are growing, we know agriculture has different change. I'm requesting her to go and sensitize people in her constituency to begin practicing maybe agro-processing or as value addition, so that they also they are not left out within the value chain of agriculture. I beg.
Madam Speaker, if I would like to inform to just maybe ask, how many of you know the reason why Jesus was born naturally? The house.
The woman MP for Arua City, you are asking who?
I would like to ask the house.
Whom are you asking?
No,
you
not
cannot,
the Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, you cannot ask a member who has given you an information.
Okay.
I would, if I
Perhaps
were you,
maybe
and if I came from Arua City, I would say, okay, for us to impress the value addition, can the members second you so that Arua City has adequate hydroelectricity power, which is lacking? I like the submission of my member of Jonam County from Pakwach. So I would like you to interest yourself and sensitize the community to demand for electricity, which is hydro, so that if Ivu district is not given, as you are pushing for, the Arua City can still remain. And then the produce that comes from other districts, you grab the opportunity and people are able to put value to it. Are we together? So summarize as, I saw the woman member of parliament for Zombo around. Because the industrial hub has been put, one of the industrial hubs has been put in her region, in her constituency. I'll want her submissions after the woman member of parliament for Ivu to be district. Thank you. Summarize in 1 second.
I was saying, I don't know how many of us know why Jesus was born naturally, just like any one of us. Jesus was born naturally because God wanted him to be born like us so that he can adapt to the culture that he will be, that the culture where the people that he will be presiding over practice. Why am I saying this? If somebody comes up and tells me that in the city we are going to practice this agriculture, maybe value addition, how many of us have had value-added products here that have been effectively bought by the locals? Of course, I'm not discouraging that. But let us interest ourselves with facts that even our local people, something that has been added value, somebody will look at it that it is very expensive. I would rather go for what is what? People availed. Let us interest ourselves with the facts. However, my resolution is that let the government still give us a district so that we can practice this effectively. We will be the ones to feed the city. But
Thank
Madam
you.
Speaker, I can assure you I will be right back here. Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
very much. I saw my woman member of parliament for Zombo constituency. I would want to have a say, especially from her, because recently 500 hectares of land were given to the government as an industrial hub. How is it transforming my people from Zombo? Because I am aware that even for this city to move on, I am receiving food from Zombo, the Irish, the beans, and name it. Yes, the floor is open. I want to start with Zombo. I will come to my member of parliament for Aringa South. And then I will come back for my member of Jonam. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, do not leave the parliamentary chambers before signing any of the attendance sheet that is going on, because the partners need your... Are we together? Yes. Continue.
Thank you so much. My name is Honorable Joshua Namos, representing the young people of Zombo District. I will want to agree with this motion, especially on the issue of agriculture. You know, Zombo being the food basket of the region, we have plenty of farmland and plenty of products that come from the district. So really, as the young people of the Zombo District...
Please, let's have one discussion. I am about to, Sergeant at Arms, you are about to take some members of parliament off from here. Continue.
The government has indeed established a scaling hub at Zombo, that is in Zeo, the DFI, where we have agro-processing, we have for bakery and other projects. But as the young people, we feel that is not enough. We have many other products that come from the district. So we need the government to really prioritize some of those products, especially the agro-processing ones. And we also need cheap loans for the young people so that they can get the best from agriculture. And to add on to that, as Zombo District, besides having the best fertile land in the area, we are challenged by the improper roads, which makes it a bit harder for our goods to reach to the final destination. So along that line, I would recommend that as the government is prioritizing agriculture, let the government also improve on the aids to agriculture by providing the best transport network so that the goods or the agricultural products can reach the market. I move to submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am aware that a lot of lorries that go to Zombo during wet seasons, they get stuck. These are the kind of submissions that we need. As people of Zombo pay taxes to the government through revenues, they need good roads members. Even as we talk about Nyagaki, it cannot sustainably make value addition to what we want to produce. Yes, my member of parliament for Aringa County, because I know Aringa County has one of the areas that also gave 500 hectares to the government for the industrial hub. How efficient is it working? How many young people have got employed out of the 500 hectares of land that you people gave out? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am sorry.
He has just gotten the podium. Sit. Sit. Honorable members, sit. He has just arrived at the podium. Accepted?
Madam Speaker, is it in order for our Honorable Speaker to come while dressing indecently in public, bare-chested? Is it in order?
Honorable member, can you button the last shirt and assume the podium?
Thank you.
Button the last shirt and assume. Please, members, as leaders, you must always dress well. You must always dress well. Can you continue?
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker, fellow honorable members. I'm very sorry that said I came from Yumbe, South. But I'm originally born from Yumbe, but I was raised in Arua. I came here as Arua City. I am under Mafadil Toko, Youth Minister for Difficult Affairs, Arua City. On the issues of climate change, you know, we have issues of cutting down trees for wood fuel in northern Uganda. Over 90% of household energy is derived from firewood and charcoal, mostly used for cooking, because many households are unable to access affordable sources of energy to use, such as gas or energy-saving cook stoves. This has significantly accelerated deforestation in the region. So, through you, Madam Speaker, would like the government to devote adequate funding to skill to skill young people and finance green enterprises to campaign the promotion of clean energy and energy-efficient wood fuel utilization technologies. That's the little I would say about the climate. And when it comes to the youth in agriculture, Madam Speaker, we youths are already provoked. Because when you go to the youth manifesto, the first thing you always find there when you go to the youth manifesto, the first objective is youth in agriculture. But when you come to Arua City, in Arua City, we have 469 villages from Riki to Mangasaba. And we have 419 villages in Aivu Division. We have 50 villages from Academy to Otrakta villages in Central Division. Only when you come and when you do research, you will come and find from Riki to Mangasaba, we only have 2 extension workers in Arua City. Now, farmers are not getting services on time. How can one move from Riki to Mangasaba? At what time will he finish giving knowledge to the farmers? So we are suffering in Arua City because we are lacking services. Last week, with the Arua City Youth Council, I went for a monitoring about the YLP. Most of the youths engage wrote project about farming. But when you go there, you will find there's no knowledge. There's a financial literacy because they were not taught very well. There were no extension workers which will guide them to go on with their activities.
When it comes to YLP, I am aware, members, that we have the community development officers who are in charge of YLP, and they do the advocacy. Unless as a youth leader, if you have not also taken the initiative to sensitize your young people on benefiting from some of these government programs.
But right Honorable Speaker, you see, when I've wrote a project about farming, then I will need someone who has that experience to come. They always raise their complaints that they are not getting services. Like their chicken are dying.
Members, I want us to drive this generation of the young people. Yes, if you have initiated a project development, you write a proposal. It means that, members, sit down. It means that you have already had some idea incubated somewhere. You want it to be built on. And now, if you want it to be built on, it cannot remain on the paper. It must be practically done. Recently, I was able to hire the services of these people in your constituency at Manibe who do a Greek school. I do backyard farming. It's not my home I rent. I do a backyard farming. I use these korokoros for making my garden. And I was able to hire one of these guys who comes from Manibe but is in the hub, in one of the youth hubs around. He was able to come and do for me, add value to what I have already started. I want us as a house to sensitize our fellow young people to incubate an idea that specialists can come and build something on. You understand? Because if there is no wage in the Arua system, the speaker has gone out. If there is no wage to recruit more people, it will be a challenge. Summarize, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Lastly, as I'm talking right now, from the parish or ward I'm coming from, we have a value addition there, which is a factory for processing maize. But right now, for the past 6 years, it's not functioning. It's just a structure. So we don't know, at least if they will have come and sit with us down as the members of the community, we will have said, by then it was market. We will have said the government should just construct for us our market there than putting that thing there. It is nothing. Thank you. I stop here.
Thank you very much. For the issues of factories, members, I want us to have a resolution, because when we talk about value addition, when we talk about value addition to what we produce in this region, what we produce must have an adequate electricity source. And that is what is lacking in this region. I am also aware that if the 500 hectares which is going to be used in, which was given by the Yumbe people, is going to be effective, Nyagak may be under supplying power. So how far has the hydroelectricity at Karuma? These are the issues that I want us to interest ourselves on. Maybe members, because time is going. To who? Members, you cannot inform, because I'm not, maybe procedural matter, yes? Procedural matter, and then I come to my woman MP of Zombo. Procedural matter, please. Can you come to the podium, please, members? Members, there is a submission here, a procedural matter here.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I rise up to bring a procedure matter on issues of electricity. I think it is on a motion number 2. It's under motion number 2 in the order paper. So, for the interest of time, may we kindly maybe move to that motion so that we continue.
Okay. My honorable member, make on who? On who? Members sit. Members sit. Members sit. Can I have your submissions? Members sit. Can you sit? Can you sit, honorable member? Can you sit? Yes, proceed. To who? Procedurally, you are not supposed to raise a procedural issue or point of order on a speaker. Remember, the speaker has, members listen, the speaker has them, sit. Members, sit. Sit. Procedurally, it is not good to raise a procedural matter on a speaker, unless if there was. To who? She's not on the floor, please. Sit down, please. Sit. May you sit down, because you are not, she's not a member on the podium. Continue.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and the honorable members in the August House.
Procedurally, you can only raise a procedure. Accepted? It is not in order. It is not. Sergeant at arms, take her off. Take her out. Take her out. Continue, please. Members, we are killing time for nothing. Continue.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and the honorable members in the August sitting. By the names, I am called Azabo Mahad Kasim, the governor of young persons in Yumbe District Local Government. I have come to make pronouncement on the motion that has been debated, and some of the supplementations that I want to make are as follows. We have been talking about the issues of agriculture. We have been talking about issues of climate change, but there's something that we need to understand. When the motion was raised here, there were terms that I quoted. Vision of 2040, the vision of 2040 to a young person, when you start talking about vision 2040, these are things that makes us to relax. They are things we need to address as Ugandans. I like what President Museveni talked about when he was hearing the technocrats talking about vision 2040. When we start sensitizing our people on issues, we must talk on the realities. When you start saying vision 2040, how will young person feel? Which means it's not yet ready to achieve that vision because he's still young. Can we be able to interest the young people on agriculture, on issues that are affecting the community, to interest them to have the impulse to develop in an agricultural way? By having issues, why can't we put things like, these are matters that we need to do for Ugandans for today, to see that we have a better Uganda? I am still on the floor. No information not allowed.
Members, sit. Yes, submit.
Number two, the issue which I also want to make a pronouncement on is the issue of our lead farmers. In West Nile, a person is called a lead farmer in agriculture cannot be even able to raise a ton after the end of the year. You are called a lead farmer having an acre. A quarter, 1 quarter is called a lead farmer. When we don't want to transform some of this, a lead farmer in other areas, for example, from Lango, where I worked, a lead farmer has over 50 acres, 8 acres, produces 60 tons. But in West Nile, a lead farmer has a quarter. So can we be able to adhere to things that can make us to have better productions in agriculture?
So according to you, what are those key things that we need to adhere to have a better production? Because we need issue-based submissions now.
Number two, the issue of us remaining lead farmer having an acre is all the time raising a hoe here. You go to the garden. Can we have tractors per parish in West Nile? Tractors per parish. Not this is of a sub-county one. We want to see tractors per parish. Only the farmers are there to fuel these tractors, so that we're able to have lead farmers who can be able to raise 60 acres per season. Not these things of a quarter of an acre, which cannot be able to supplement. Our population is growing. West Nile is hosting refugees for my district of Yumbe. I have over 200,000 refugees. Population of Yumbe is over 700,000, 1 million plus. You expect a lead farmer to feed these refugees, and the food ratio has reduced. A family size of 4 is getting only 4 kilograms. This 4 kilograms cannot do anything of food. So as the citizens, we need to do a lot to be able to sustain the people that we already are governing. The next thing which I want to also make pronouncement on is the issue of NUSAF that Madam Speaker talked about. As West Nile, we need to know this very much. When I was in Acholi, there's a compensation of work claimants in Acholi. Our people lost a lot of heads, cattle, goats in West Nile. But I have not seen a very brilliant programs like in Acholi, Nilango, in Soroti Oteso, where our people who lost animals are compensated. Can we be able to convince the government to come and start compensating our people so that we need back our animals? Without these animals, our livelihood in agriculture cannot be able to proceed well. Lastly, our population is increasing, and the land is not increasing. There's need to do a lot in mindset change, especially for the young people. They have not believed that agriculture can be able to sustain, because as young persons, when I was carrying out a sensitization, they were saying that For them as young persons, they want something that they do now and they get something out of it now. These things, you are going to grow a crop that takes 3 months, 2 months, they don't want. So the aspect is, can we unlock the mindset of our people by talking to them as the leaders? The issue is we are not interested. We are here educating on these issues, but on the ground we are not there. Can we interest ourselves to move on the ground to do a lot of sciences on issue of mindset change? There's need to have improved seeds. Improved seeds be adhered by people. Our people are still reluctant with those traditional seeds. That's why the harvest in West Nile are always at a reduced rate. These are the few submissions that I felt that I needed to supplement on. I want to end here. Say thank you so much for listening.
Information to who? He has already submitted. Now, members, I want us to have a resolution on this particular motion because I wanted the I wanted a submission from the Madi sub-region, especially for Madis from Adjumani, Moyo, and Obongi. Members, I am being very inclusive of everybody here. I wanted a submission from my two brothers on how effective can the roads there enhance agriculture. Because I am aware in my recent move, members sit. I am aware that in my recent movements, I realized that even if we do agriculture mechanized way, as long as the roads are still impassable, we are not going to compete with Western Uganda. I am aware that the road from Yumbe to River Nile Belt at Moyo has remained a document issue. It has remained on paper. Can you take your seat? I need a submission, particularly on that. Because to who? Procedurally, it is unright to raise a point of order, point of procedure to the Honorable Speaker. I need a submission. I need a submission from the Madi sub-region. What is making it long for effective agriculture to take place, or the search for the market?
Madam Speaker.
And what are you doing as young people there? Sit. Not accepted. Sit. Continue.
Madam Speaker, your observations on the issue of the road from Koboko to Moyo up to Laropi is indeed a correct observation. The people from that belt are really suffering. As we know that agriculture is interconnected.
You have not told us your name.
I'm Sema Gaddafi, representing the people of Moyo. A tomato seller in Arua Central Market would go and pick these goods from Moyo and arrive here at around 10 when she starts her journey to Moyo here at 7 when the roads are tarmacked. But today, you can go up to Moyo from now, but you will come in the evening or you come tomorrow. You can now see how difficult it is doing agricultural business when the roads are impassable. Madam Speaker, I would like to bring to your attention also another challenge on the issue of climate. I want to borrow from former US President's words when he visited Kenya. He said, we are each responsible for our own destiny. Today, we do deforestation in the names of charcoal. We all know that without charcoal, families cannot move on because it's a source of energy for our rural population. Yes, but we also know that overdoing it really causes what we are moving to. So, as policymakers, what is the policy? If the policy is there, is the tone being followed by the actions that we take? Is one thing that I am really questioning in Moyo. Because I'm seeing long lorries going there, ferrying charcoal and transporting it all the way. I don't know, they pass Koboko, they pass to, they go to Yumbe, they pass to Koboko, and sometimes even down countries. So what are we doing as policymakers when if the policy is there on charcoal and such behaviors are happening? And why should we talk about climate change when there is no immediate intervention in such behaviors? Madam Speaker, we cannot stop the climate from changing unless we stop some behaviors that are also important to us. I want to bring to your attention the issue of tobacco as being one of the key revenue for our people and key revenue for source of tax for government. We know government gets a lot of money from tobacco business, but we know how much tobacco costs us when it comes to cutting down the trees. I would really suggest, can we substitute such environmental harmful businesses with fair, good enterprises or investments so that we can be in positions to move away from the way we are from one season to the prior 2 seasons we had in the past. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much for your submissions. And I am so humbled, especially on the issues of climate change. Sit down. I am so humbled, especially on the issues of climate change. I want us as leaders to interest ourselves on issues of charcoal. In Adjumana, I am aware the Zoka forest is leaving gas. In Yumbe, I am aware the thick trees and the Kei is being destroyed. In Zombo, we used to receive our insenene from there naturally, but these days we have to use the artificial light. It is because the environment has been tampered with. Leaders, I want us to interest ourselves specifically on issue of charcoal burning. Honorable member, put your hand down. On issue of charcoal burning, because I am aware that charcoal was burnt in Yumbe, but the gate pass up to Kampala was got in Maracha district local government. The receipt that allows these trucks, the truck owners, people who are involved in the business of charcoal, are now so keen that they get to interest themselves in the local governments. If they have charcoal, they get charcoal from Yumbe, they will come and get pass the receipt from Madiokolo. If someone burns it from Terego, he will come and get a receipt from Maracha district local government. And these are things as young people we must interest ourselves on if we want to do away with the rampant deforestation that is taking place. I am so humbled that it has appeared as our resolution vis-a-vis agriculture. So, basing on that submission, can we say that resolution of the parliament, of our youth parliament today, urging government to prioritize investment in climate and youth agriculture be incorporated as our resolution, basing on or including on irrigation to meet the drought, insurance to face catastrophes, special grants. The Northern Uganda Action Fund must remain for Northern Uganda districts, and also youth groups be formed to benefit from the parish development model 100%, and then tractors be given per parish for all the districts in West Nile. Those in favor say aye, and those on contrary say no. The ayes have taken. Clerk to council, take us to the next item. The motion mover of this motion, come and put your last word on this. To who? The motion mover, come and put your last words to this motion.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Continue.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also thank members of the August House for the deliberations on that motion. From their views and opinions, I was able to come up with the following recommendations. That one, government should develop proper policy frameworks and undertake implementations. That government should invest in irrigation schemes to support agriculture and counter challenges with climate change. Agri-consortium insurance policy, which is a good package. That the government should extend it to West Nile as a affirmative action. That government should provide farm equipment and facilities that can enhance.
There is a procedural matter. Start with your name. But also members bearing witness in the floor of either a council or a parliament. You are given only one chance to speak whatever you want at once. That we should bear it in our minds. Especially on this particular matter, you speak once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm raising a matter of procedure that this very parliament is trying to violate. Madam Speaker, the procedural matter I'm raising here is when you have tagged honorable members, maybe Yumbe, Pakwash, and maybe Zombo, to speak, then from there you jump the procedure, you begin picking other set of honorable members. That is my procedural matter, because we represent different interests. And also, the procedural matter, again, I'm raising, it is not procedurally right for you to over-deliberate other than the honorable members who represent the different constituencies.
Members, I have watched the speakers of parliament, especially when an issue concerning a motion is being discussed, there are certain things probably, if they are not being submitted by members of parliament, the speaker is right and fitting to enlighten you so that you borrow leaves from, so that you do not draw conclusions on basing on. Can we pay attention, please? And two, members, when you look at the people who submitted here, I do not only pick people from the same place. I made sure that I pick people from Nebi sub-region. I made sure that I picked people from Yumbe, which captures Yumbe and Koboko. And I am making sure that the Madi sub-region, which is comprised of 3 districts, just like the Nebi greater area, has a submission. I beg to move. Move of the motion. Put your last words. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Please, I'm presenting recommendations. Don't over-disturb me, okay? Yeah. That government should provide farming equipment and facilities that can enhance commercial farming. Government should invest in road infrastructure so as to create linkages, market linkages to the neighboring countries. That government should review the Paris Development Model guidelines to allow young people form their own homogeneous groups. Government should improve on the aid to agriculture by investing in the necessary infrastructures. And then government should devote adequate funding to skill young people and finance green enterprises to champion the promotion of clean energy and energy efficient wood fuel utilization technologies. Government should engage local communities in forest concession, management and forest-based business development. Government should provide tractors to each parish to support agriculture. And lastly, government should adapt to weather-resilient crop varieties, climate-smart appropriate technologies, farming techniques, and practices that increase productivity and improve incomes. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and members of the
So I call it again. Those in favor of this motion say aye, and no, those on contrary say no. The ayes have taken it. Clerk, take us to the next item.
Honorable Onyuru Dorin to come move a motion.
Good afternoon, members. Dorin Onyuru, female youth councillor, Arua City. Madam Honorable Speaker, I rise to move a motion on effectiveness of youth representation through National Youth Council and youth representatives in Parliament.
A motion has been moved. A seconder of the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rose up here to second the motion that has been moved. Thank you.
Having seen the population of Uganda, as in the young generation, that is the young people, particularly in West Nile, I think we dominate that. In Arua city, over 78% of the young people, over 78% are the young people. Regionally, I think we are 80% of the young people. Youth representation has emerged as an important political issue worldwide. In sub-Saharan Africa, Uganda can be considered as a pioneer in catering for the presence of youth in political decision-making bodies. Yet, while increased youth representation in democratic contests is encouraged and applauded, policies aimed at youth inclusion in autocratic regimes are always criticized as serving the purpose of co-optation and control. Uganda Uganda has for decades been a world pioneer in providing formal structures that cater for special interests and needs of the youth population. There are reserved seats for the youth at all levels of government, including parliament. There is a National Youth Council and all the political... Oh my God. I think everybody's getting me, right? Are you not getting me? It's okay, fine. Uganda has for decades been a world pioneer in providing formal structures that cater for the special interests and needs of the youth population. There are reserved seats for the youth at all levels of government, including parliament. There is a National Youth Council, and the political parties have a youth section. This comprehensive structure for youth representation brings thousands of young citizens into politics from a young age. Still, these channels for youth participation and representation have remained hierarchical and are infused with patronage. The law establishing National Youth Council was enacted by Parliament in 1993 by the NRM government on the conviction that young people needed a body to promote unity among them and to give them a platform for participation in national development. The Council has legal and institutional frameworks. It is also mandated to organize young people to participate in and contribute to the national development project. The council leadership starts from the village up to the national level, which implies that the elected youth leaders make binding decisions on behalf of youth in their elected constituencies. While many youth representatives are likely to have benefited politically by participation in structures, there are several factors that prevent youth agency to flow from these organizations, with youth saying that those elected to represent them tend to represent their own selfish interests, like positioning themselves for the next position once they have youth spaces. After the reading of the financial year 2023-2024 national budget, it was noted that the budget for the National Youth Council had been cut by 80% from 40 billion to 800 million. This has prompted public debate on the relevance of the National Youth Council and other structures. Madam Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you.
Basing on the submissions of the mover of the motion, the floor is open for discussions. Thank you. Yes. Thank you so much, Madam Honorable Speaker and the House at large, for giving me such a wonderful opportunity. This debate has been about the motion has been about the National Youth Council. So they talked about the establishment. I want to take us through the mission and the vision of this National Youth Council. If we could go to the National Youth Council Act, Section 3, they laid down the objectives of the Youth Council. And that's where the mission came from, to organize the youth of Uganda in a united body, to engage the youth in activities that are of benefit to them and to the nation. Let us agree on this. I don't know whether the government is scared of the youth. I don't know what is so interesting there that they no longer want to engage us. For us to come up with such a parliament today, like we are having right now, the organizers must have gone through a lot. I've ever participated in some outreach, which was organized by a certain humanitarian organization, that is Karaka Hill in Nebi district. We were visiting a certain sub-county, which was mostly affected by the teenage pregnancy. That was Abanga sub-county. Trust me, we left that place panicking. We had to run because we were going to be arrested. And once you're in there, you don't know the law. Those people, they dictate where to take you. They thought about we having some political organized rally, something like that, of which our interest as the girls of Zumbu district were to find out why there is a rise in teenage pregnancy and so on. Let me talk of the teenage pregnancy. I don't know what the government of Uganda is doing about it. We be hearing about teenage pregnancy, what in Zumbu. These girls are getting pregnant. How? We only see the people who have been impregnated. We don't know who impregnated them. These girls are having sex with who? What is being done? I'm very sorry I skipped my name. I'm called Atiero Nimungu Mavis, Honorable Atiero Nimungu Mavis from Zumbu district. I was talking about sex. Girls are having sex with who? And where are they being taken? They are the only people who are facing these challenges. They are supposed to go through ABCD by themselves without anyone. Yet there were some other parties who are involved in this. To my disappointment, Order. I was once, actually I had an argument with a woman who was following a case. Information accepted.
Thank you.
Come here on the podium.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
You start with your name.
Thank you. I'm called Bayo Francis. I'm from Arua City. My Honorable Speaker is so concerned about the teenage pregnancy in Izombo. That ladies are getting pregnant, but they do not know how they are getting pregnant. I would like to know from my Honorable...
Accepted. I want to interest myself in employing knowledge in all of you that, yes, I am aware that the motion on table is to do with the structures, whether they are functional, but also when there are issues that are affecting the functionality, the formation, it therefore calls for such issues to be addressed. When Zombo is affected because of teenage pregnancies, it becomes a crippled body of this region. It means that maybe the National Youth Council is not doing enough. If we have budgets from National Youth Council, I want to employ you members to have, National Youth Council should have budgets that are specifically directed to address, they can have outreaches to address the rampant teenage pregnancies, which are affecting the young people. So, basing on the submissions of our brother, please take your seat, allow her to, but attach your submissions to the discussion topic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. House, if you were keen enough, I was on the objectives of the National Youth Council, section 3, subsection 2. The reason why I brought this, they told us, like they talked about, to engage the youth in Uganda in activities that are beneficial to the nation. They are not asking us what we really want. One of the challenges, the things that could be beneficial to the nation is addressing teenage pregnancy. But the National Youth Council is not given the platform. First of all, we are being underfunded from 4 billion to 800 million. What is 800 million going to do? Yet last time, they used 9.6 billion to teach the youth how to drink coffee. Jesus Christ. And then you're telling us the National Youth Council only is getting 800 million. I want these issues to be taken seriously. As we are all here, we are going back. Let us advocate for teenage pregnancy in West Nile. As the Youth Council, we are going to let it not only stop here, because all I know, actually, I did bachelor degrees in law, so we all know that defilement is a criminal offense. But go to police station. Right now, it is something that is being handled by the police. And once you show yourself, you know, you're now becoming against everyone. Yet, we have our own private things that we are doing. We also don't want it to be jeopardized. Once you have said something against the police, you told them that this is not how we are supposed to do it. Like, the whole district is going to be against you. Somehow, we have to keep quiet about certain things because we are scared. Like, the government is also scared of us. Help us, tell whoever. I don't know how, like, there are some 2 seats there that were preserved for our elders. We don't want much from the government. We are not planning to overtake this country. All we want for our voices to be heard. Let the challenges that we are facing, we should be the one to bring it to the table, not someone like our representative in the parliament, in the ministry, is 49 years old. That is Honorable Sarah. I don't know which category of youth is that. Also, we are supposed to take that one as senior youth. I'm 24 years old. I don't know whether she knows what we have a generational gap. Like, the problems that they have been facing is very different from the one we are facing right now. So, they should give us the platform. Let the things for the youth be handled by the youth. Not someone who is 49 years old.
Summarize.
I'm not staying there, but all I want is for us to be in the ministry, let it be us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Members, I want 2 more submissions. I'll have it from you. And then my brother down there at the wall on this particular motion, and we call it a day.
Okay, thank you, Right Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the platform. I am Honorable Sam Rothomio. I normally say I'm just an activist. Thank you so much for the opportunity that we are always given. And one thing I would say clearly is that the youth in Uganda, we are well represented on papers. On papers, everywhere you go, youths have 30%, 100%. But when you go on ground, youths are not there. One thing the government has seen that they see youths as threat, political threats. Because they see when they give opportunity to the youths, they see now the elders are going to lose positions. That is number one problem we have. I did a scorecard on PDM. The 30% is not there. Why am I saying this? How do you get the 30% without involving the youth council? How do you get that? You know the youths know how to mobilize themselves. How do you expect an old man of 69 years to go and mobilize the youths? You go to those groups, the 30% is on papers. You go there, you find at most they have 2 youths and they cannot speak. When they want to give a voice, they say, you are still young, you don't know these things. That's the problem we are facing now. And it is a resolution that we should come up with today. When we see our budget is becoming minimal, is because they don't want us to get the opportunity. Let us look at the budget the Youth Council has every financial year. I had my group has 200,000 in the whole year. That is the money the town council gives. The only thing we are doing as youth is to organize the Youth Day party. Apart from that, it is the CSOs who are helping us to give us platforms. The government does not give us platform. Ever since I was born, the government only used youths once to give nets in 2021. Because it was using apps. The Wazes don't have apps. That is the only opportunity we got as youth. And the work was well done by youths. The work was beyond excellency. I don't know whether they see this. At school, when you go to school, agriculture is well taught, but it is not empowered. You only do agriculture to pass exams. After that, it is nowhere to be seen. The extension officer is 70 years old. And the young boy is here with papers. You want to apply, they say we need 20 years experience. And me, I only have school ID. So we want to ask the government to include us. If they bring the tractors, it is the youths who are going to drive, so they don't bring it. Because the Muse cannot drive the tractor. So you see where we are being pulled our way. On papers, they want us. In real sense, they don't want us. So now I'm urging all of us to take this initiative. If the paper is saying the Youth Council is important, let us stand, we are important. And when we begin doing these things, we shall see the change. We need the change. The change needs us. The government needs us. The community needs us. The village needs us. One of the things I face problem with my youth is when we hear anything coming, we shy away. We don't want those things. It is also a challenge to us youths. So I also challenge us youths. When we hear anything, let us go. I beg to submit.
Order, sit down.
I
Sit
beg
down.
to submit. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. He needs you youth to have a mindset change so that you can transform the society. Yes, my brother over there.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm called Agatalex Julius from Yumbe. I'm a youth. I'm one of the advocates. I'm from organization, CBO, community-based organization, led by youth. I'm the founder. So I'm here, today I'm here, I'm self-invited. I'm here because the issue of youth.
To who? Accepted.
Thank you very much. My name is Godfrey. And I'm wondering, one of the rules of being in parliament is being decent. Is it in order for a speaker to walk in a t-shirt to come and debate to us as if he's going to a marketplace or even to buy a mokende? Is it allowed?
Honorable member, I am also aware that we have the ghetto youth that we cannot exclude into issues of this decision-making house. So even if a youth walked here naked but has an issue that needs attention, I would still allow him or her to attend. So the honorable member here is very right and fitting to be here to have his voices, or the voices that his organization is amplifying, to be amplified nationally. Member, continue.
Honorable Speaker, I think, let me reply my colleague like this way. What matters is the idea we are going to share, not dressing code. I may dress decently, but I'll not have that idea which will help the youths. Okay? Okay. I'm from a CBO. I'm the founder of the CBO. It's in Yumbe. Actually, let me talk about, because of time factor, let me just go through the point. Let me talk about governance and social accountability. When it comes to the NYC, that's National Youth Council. Okay. Like, for instance, this is my first time to hear about the agency, actually the organ of NYC. My question is, are the youths at the grassroots level aware about this? And who is supposed to be going down to up the grassroots to tell that youth, you have an organ, if you have challenge, you put it to this channel, let the channel follow. And nobody is out down there to tell the youth that you have a channel. If you have your problem as the youth, you follow the channel. Yes. So, when it comes to the youth leaders, are they responsible? Are they responsible?
Please, attention. Attention.
Are the youth leaders responsible to hold the district leaders responsible to answer issues regarding youth? In papers, you see that there is project for youth, it remains there as paperwork, and no one is following it out. Where are the bodies? Where are the responsible people? If you are there to govern the youth. So according to me, the Youth Council, today maybe you need to reform the Youth Council, the system. Because I'm not aware, this is my first time to get know about Youth Council. Yes, for sure. I'm speaking the fact. Yes. Maybe some of you know, for me I don't know. I'm speaking what I know. Okay? So, the mandate for the Youth Council leaders is to follow up to grassroots level at what are the challenges youth they are facing, and no leader is responsible for that. So I'm asking the Parliament to first let us know the leadership of the Youth Council for West Nile, so that we follow the right channel to reach up to in front, like the ministry, who is responsible in charge of youth. So I beg to submit my points here.
Thank you very much. Members, sit. I like his submissions because in some villages, even in my village, in Maracha Town Council, in Emva Olifia Cell, when you go there and talk about youth council, the young people will ask, what is a youth council? So this is a learning platform that all of you, if you know that you are in the youth council, go back to disseminate. Tell us, the rural youth like me, tell me what are the objectives of Youth Council? What are their mandates? What are they supposed to do? Are we together? I want to have a last submission from a ghetto youth on this, then we draw our conclusions on. Yes. I want us to listen to the ghetto youth. The biggest majority is in the ghetto youth, especially the urban youth. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Madam Speaker, thanks for this big opportunity of making us also have our equal rights today, like all the Ugandans. Especially if people heard of ghettos, automatically they count us as bad people, yet we are not. Most of us even have papers. And if I can see, even most of us are more important than other people who are working under governments. Sorry, my name is Namnyole Miskat. I'm representing Arua Ghetto Youth. Your name again? My brother talked at first. He was like, there are some youth who are coming up, they are bad youth, like fire eaters. Let me first tell you one. The name fire eaters, they came up with the name fire eaters due to what? To anger. of what government is not caring of them. They come with a proposal, giving us promises, yet they don't follow us up. Mostly they come to us during campaign times. If it's campaign time, that's when they consider youth the most. But when campaign is there, campaign is over, we gave them our votes, they all go with all the promises. No one comes back up to now. So that's how they come up with the names of the fire eaters and the jajamins. The fire eater means, in other words, you people take it as if they are eating fires. That it doesn't mean like that. The fire eater means they are hustling without work. They are hustling in hardship. It doesn't mean they eat fires. And the main reason why they are grabbing people's things on the roads is with the main issue. Most of us youth, others marry due to when they don't have work to do. They are married and they have families to take care of. And when government promised to them work, that work is not there, automatically one will go and steal. It can lead someone to stealing. So they will steal. If you offer what, they steal it, they sell, they use the money. Others are paying rents. That's how the issue of fire eaters comes. And I want to take this opportunity so much to appreciate Drate Yasin and my coordinator for the ghetto, Manu, for bringing us all this today. We were nothing before. At least today I presented ghetto. I'm very happy.
Why we gave them the chance is, sit down members. Why we are giving them the chance is we also want you to borrow relief as National Youth Council. Be very inclusive. Sometimes make a surprise of having one of your executive members to be from the ghetto, so that their grievances. President Museveni always says, if you want to win more members to your party, befriend those people. So if we befriend the ghetto people, they will be able to come out of crimes that they are making. That is why we allowed the submission from them, and this is already taken care of. And we want the National Youth Council to scale down their activities to the ghetto youth. These are the submissions. Basing on the different submissions, I am aware that Yumbe, probably not every young person knows what a National Youth Council is. It is incumbent upon you that you use this opportunity to go down to all the villages so that they get to know what a National Youth Council is, what is their mandate and their objectives. So basing on this, because we have another motion to come up with, basing on this, I would like to invite the mover of the motion to come and... The member on the podium makes members, partners. I want to be loud and clear. Partners, you have come to get the issues of young people of this region. And it is not going to be good when you put us on pressure because you want to cover another region. This is a very hard to reach district. I am not going to be intimidated. The people of West Nile gave me the mandate. If they chose that we stay here the whole day, be it. If they chose that we hurry so that you go to the next region, be it. So therefore, is it by consensus that the member who was already at the podium have a submissions, and then I allow my sister there to come and have a submission, and we close this motion? Yes, I've taken it. Member, have your submission. We shall be followed by my honorable member who was taken out by my sergeant at arm, and then we will order. West Nile order. We shall have these two submissions, to end this motion so that we go to the next motion. Are we together? Continue.
Yes, thanks so much, Madam Honorable Speaker. I'm just going to be brief and precise. On the motion that was moved on effectiveness of youth representation through National Youth Council and youth representatives in the parliament. For that, I'm submitting all the youth MPs that we elect should be elected by all the youths in the country. The reason as to why I'm saying this is, in the past years and as per now, we see there is only one political party which is dominating in sending the youths in parliament. Therefore, we are saying it shouldn't be an electoral college, but a voting that takes place in the whole nation. Every youth should participate so that they get to know who their youth MP is. If I am to ask some of my colleague MP members of parliament in the House whether they know our national youth MP, some of us will be in dilemma. And if that will be taken into consideration, then it would be of help or else of importance or else easy for them to know their representative in the parliament. Therefore, my submission for that is it shouldn't be an electoral college, but a participation with all the youths in the nation. By names, I am called Ejote Abdul Salam Lesson. I come from Arua City. Sorry for that, I didn't mention. My second submission is the youths that are going to parliament, we should reduce into their age bracket. It should be below 24 years. Reasons being, I come and expire as an MP for the youth, and I am at the age of 35 and always 30, and I just serve 1 year, and I disappear and I go. Youths won't have that opportunity to come and ask me, did I fulfill my manifesto? Did I work onto it? It's a challenge to us, so I'm urging the government that should be into consideration. Thirdly, we have a limited or a small, as we always talk that we are the majority, I mean, and our representation or else the person representing us in the government or else at the national level is only one, and he will not have that voice to talk on behalf of us. So I am urging the government should start considering sending MPs from sub-regions so that they can be in position to air out our issues as what? The youth in the nation. Let alone that, up to the council, that should follow, because at the council level, we only have 2 youth representatives, which is the female and the male. This might be the reasons as to why we are having meager or a mean budget for the youths, in case we send like 4 youths.
To accepted.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, as we are making resolution as West Nile, we should also be aware that the size of the parliament that we have in this country is too big that need restructuring. Otherwise, my brother here, if you should be having MPs from each sub-region, what will be really the benefit to our country? It will be a wastage of taxpayers' money. So when we are making resolution, we should also look at both sides. I beg to move them.
Madam,
members, the honorable member who gave an information to the member who is on floor is not the one who is on floor. So therefore, let us allow him continue.
Thanks so much, Madam Honorable Speaker. For that, I beg to submit. Thank you.
I want to have submissions from my member that my sergeant put out of action for disrupting our discussions. Member, the floor is yours, please.
Madam Speaker, Clerk to Council, and the House in large, good afternoon. I'm Brenda Doris Wani, the District Female Youth Councillor, Koboko District. I'll not take time. I want to join the rest of my members in appreciating this motion being moved by Honorable Doreen of Arua City. I'll not talk much. I'll just go direct. I have only one aspect and one challenge concerning this motion. One is for us as people of West Nile to make sure that the motion which says, where am I?
Honorable member.
Okay, I'm saying to the motion which says we need to include the participation of the youth in all aspects. I could say that it is really right in order for us youth to have access. Why I'm saying so this is, if we have empowerment and participation of the youth representative, it will make us to inspire more and empower more youth to have the chance of engaging themselves in political processes, where the presence of the youth encourages, more especially when you participate in public affairs, not only in the district level, regional, national, and even international, if at all it can happen. It can make other people to have that morale, which can also lead to the greater youth involvement in the decision-making of our people who are young we are presenting in Uganda. Why I'm bringing this is, even the mere district you find, for example, in my district, you find that some of the activities which are implemented at that district, where even the partners and organizations are able to support, we are not included fully. You find that, as he said, the DCDO who is 30 years, you find someone who is 40 years going to talk to these children. And yet, there's a saying in Elugbara which says that groupless size. Why I'm saying so is, when I go to talk to a peer group person, will understand me better than even Museveni himself, who is the president. So I'm just saying that in all aspects, we need to involve the youth in all capacity. Back to the point where my colleague, honorable brother, was saying, for us to have access of all that we always sit, actually I call it a wastage of time. You sit, you talk in the district, the next day you come for the same thing, it's not taken at the council. As in Koboko, the youth issues which we discuss at the youth council, me councillor, I go and sit with the youth council to take it to feature in the budget process or else in the council. It is very difficult, though they claim it is supposed to go through the committee for community-based services. It's not happening. They just keep on dodging. For this case, I'm saying that if the government, through you, Speaker, as you and the team is going to present us at the parliament, tell the government, the president of the region, send a member, a pilot, okay, like an MP for every region to represent us at the parliament. Because the MP is only one, she will not know, like right now as I talk, she's not here in the attendance. What shall she know? And if she will be around, she will not always know everything from the district. We can have some committees per every district. After discussion quarterly, we have a meeting, we send those representatives to talk. After talking, we send one of our region MP to go and represent us at the parliament. Under the challenge, Madam Speaker, we have, as a youth, we have a challenge of lack of decision-making power. Youth representatives may be limited in decision-making, policy formulation and implementation, hence limiting the authorities and the resistance from the stakeholders. Why I'm saying so is, as youth, you sit, you spend your time leaving other things which you could have done, those reproductive hours for doing other things. You come and sit for more than 2 hours. At the end, what you discuss is not taken. It really hurts. Up the extent, it's the one even discouraging youth not to involve themselves in youth leadership or political issues. For that, I'm saying that for us to make sure that as the youth, the young people voices are heard, we need to have that mandate to raise and talk to people to make sure that our issues are taken, we have decision, we have our rights. For example, We need someone who is young, not more than 40 years, 30 years to go and represent us. We have the capacity. We have the ability to do it ourselves. We don't want the older person to come, or else the person should go to the committee for that group of older persons.
Summarize.
Go there.
Summarize.
Summary, in conclusion, I'm saying to enhance the effectiveness of youth representatives, it's important to address these challenges by providing adequate resources, capacity building, opportunities for meaningful participation channels in decision-making for the youth to benefit. I beg to submit. Thank you.
The mover of motion. The mover of motion. Members, do we still have more submissions on this particular motion? Those in favor say aye, and the contrary, the ayes have taken. Member of Parliament for Arua sitting, then my brother over there. Yes, you will follow, then followed by the K activists on issues of environment.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Without wasting time,
media order.
We have been talking all over about
Team leader West Nile Empowerment Center and the representative of Action Aid. You're disrupting us. You're disrupting the 15,000 population of the young people of this region. That is represented by the few that you see here. Before my sergeant at arms throws you out, minimize on the rate at which, even if you people are partners, you have gotten the opportunity to be partners because of the people you're dealing with. And the people are the honorable members here. So pay attention to the submissions, because if you do not, you'll end up not having a very good report for more donations by our donors that fund through you. Thank you. Continue.
We have been here advocating for youth to be given space so that they can be able to go for the things. But one thing we have not also asked ourselves is the youth we have sent to represent us, maybe given time memorial from the time of Honorable Anite, Honorable Osoru Morin was never representing youth. Honorable, exactly. How effective have these people represented us? How has these people disseminated the information that we have sent them there to bring to us? When you go to other regions, you find the youth leaders, they organize audience, they seek actually audience with the president. They take their youths to there to meet the president so that they can give whatever burning issues they have one-on-one. How many times has this happened? Are we just going to be sitting here romancing these issues when they are affecting us? We are trying to, we want to pay a blind eye to it. Let us attack issues that we are seeing face to face, head on. How effective have these people who have sent represented us? If I remember very clearly, this election took place in Arua. And this so-called electoral college, it limits so many people from giving their honest opinion. So if you're limiting, like say maybe this geographical area should be the one to cater for that election, how are you going to effectively elect the leader that will represent you very well? How are we going to elect that leader? What these people do is they look forward to their transition to maybe woman MP or maybe the constituency MP. So they don't focus because their age gap is very close to reaching what? Transiting to the other adulthood. So they will not focus on what the youth actually wants. What they will be looking at is, I have to put the money here. By the way, if it may interest you, youth MPs are the most paid MPs because of their area of coverage. So what does that money do? It goes to their pockets, and they look forward to facilitating the next elections, which of course they will not need us. Because now they have already used us, they are not going to need us because now they are getting to that space of transition. So let's be practical about this. Let's ask ourselves honest questions. How effective have these people represented us? Coming back to education, scholarship has lacked. Scholarship that used to be for the poor has now gone to the hands of the rich. How many people have gone through the processes of getting scholarship from Ministry of Foreign Affairs? I one time worked there, and there's crazy scholarship there. But how has the youth representatives who have elected brought this close to us? You find the rich, even the MPs themselves bring their relatives to benefit from these things. So what happens to the common man in my village? They don't know these things. Let us be practical in advocating for certain things that we seek for. Look at how effective this can actually work for us and favor us in the long run. Because at the end of the day, we will be sitting here wasting our time talking about youth representation, how effective it should be. But at the end of the day, when they get to the space, what do they do? What do they do? Secondly, the cost of education. Has it been lenient to the layman, to the poor man in the village? How is education for their children?
Accepted.
I'm looking at education, electricity, and health.
Madam Speaker, Sabir Ramadan. I'm raising this matter of procedure here. As far as the current speaker is concerned, are we procedurally moving right, jumping from one motion to another, getting the one in front, behind, in front? Are we moving right, Madam Speaker?
I don't think it's procedural right, but also I think it's procedural right for her to include the issue of education, especially to interest the National Youth Council, so that as they advocate, it's not only budget. The few, if they are there, the few slots in the scholarships should be channeled through National Youth Council, who should have the mandate to actually allocate. That is how I have perceived the current speaker.
Madam
Thank
Speaker,
you.
that motion on education and electricity has its own motion that is supposed to be discussed and information being put on record. If we start jumping, it will not be proceeded.
Well and good. Can we allow her to summarize now, but specifically on issues of inclusive young people into the service delivery?
Madam Speaker, just a sort of a joke. I was walking around one time and a woman was riding a motorcycle and she knocked a cow. So when she knocked the cow, they were blaming the cow. That the cow has knocked the woman. I'm just trying to look at an aspect of, we are meant to, of course we are bound to mistakes. Some of these things look alike. Yes. So maybe perhaps I'm overwhelmed, but all in all, the youth representation should be looked at closely. We should look at who represents us, how they are representing us, and also the platform that is given to them. Basically, I would say we get rid of electoral colleges, which would give us the leeway to vote people. And other people would also be part of this, because then the right people that we would vote that would represent us, they miss the chance. Simply because there are very few people in the electoral college that have been perhaps maybe bribed or paid for, because they have the resources anyway. So when you don't have the resources to facilitate your campaign, but because the person who is not even maybe say confident enough or good enough to represent us gets the money, of course that person takes the what? Takes the lead, because he has the money. But at the end of the day, these are the things we end up having. So what I'm saying is, one resolution, we get rid of electoral colleges to have effective contact of elections. I beg to move.
My two members, then I will finalize by our brother with special needs. Please, Honorable Savior, I had already given slots for this gentleman in front of you. Much obliged. I will conclude after him. We shall have the other gentleman, and then, because we need to have inclusive youth issues, we will have him as last person for this particular motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Speaker, can I be protected?
You are protected.
Okay, thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable August House, good afternoon. My name is Joy Francis. I represent the mighty youths of Ivu Division that is in this particular city. Looking at the item that we have, and that I would like to make my pronouncement on, particularly on the effectiveness of youth representation through National Youth Council and youth representatives in the Parliament. Madam Speaker, several times we have sent these people there, but their effectiveness to me, it is not enough. Why do I say such? Because if you look at the formation of the National Youth Council, we also do have youth councils right from the parish level, from the sub-county levels, in the district levels. We have this, but they have not been empowered. Therefore, how can the National Youth the National Youth Council be effective when on the ground here we have nothing that is going on? These are just structures which have been formed there on the ground, and they are not effective at all. Then going to the youth budget.
Maybe before you go to the youth budget, what do you think now as a region, what should be done for those non-functional youth youth structures at the parish, at the village, and then at the sub-county level?
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would suggest that there is a need to incorporate these councils which are, let me say, at a grassroots level. The government should not be putting eyes on what is there on the National Youth Council, but should also empower the ones which are on grassroots. And these ones, I believe, they are going to impact directly on the youths which are on grassroots, other than favoring the one which is at the national level. Then going to the youth budget that has been cut from 4 billion to 800 million. Actually, I'm very disappointed, because if you look at the amount that the government spent to transport documents from Kampala to Entebbe, which was 400 million, now vis-a-vis it, the 800 million that is going to serve the interest of the youth in the whole country, I am very disappointed, Madam Speaker. Then, if we also take it at the aspect of the budget allocation in this country, you will realize that most of the interest is just given on the security matters of this country. What are we securing? Are we securing the poverty of the youth in this country? So it is very wrong to allocate more money on security, and yet we have crucial issues which could be looked into in this country that is pertaining the youth. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much for the submissions. My K friend on, yes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this platform. For purposes of record, I don't want to find myself in that situation of the cow that knocked somebody on their way. Maybe it was an oversight by the order of arrangement of the documents I have before me. I looked at, I thought we're on item 5.2, which cuts on service delivery. And maybe I will seek your indulgence. Since Honorable Savior needed to submit, I give this space to him. I'll come on the next item. Thank
Much
you.
obliged. Can I have my brother, Honorable Savior, to make submissions? Members, this is to replace what our brother was supposed to be. It is still within the time range.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for offering me your time. And Madam Speaker, I would love to appreciate you so much for equally accepting his voice and the request he has made. Honorable Speaker, a lot has been said in regards to our representation as young people in this parliament, based on our background as young people who shows interest to come into leadership. But Honorable Speaker, allow me to throw back to us as we make submissions in regards to this subject matter. Many a times when opportunity comes for young people to participate in election, it has not been all that easy for them to access the information. That means there has been a gap in information sharing. That's why at the end of the day, you realize that different category of people emerge to be in the process, and at the end of the day, they claim representing the young people. Today, as we sit in this parliament, we are now reaping the prize, because it is the same as who have not been accepting whatsoever we are being told, that please, let's follow this process, and we all participate to be part of it. At the end of the day, we prefer money. Madam Speaker, I remember in the previous council, I was one of those who participated in that election. Surprisingly, young people decided to vote for money.
Honorable Member, we have Sergeant at Arms. You're not supposed to cross the chambers. We have the Sergeant at Arms to whom you can write to, and she brings it here to the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I was already worried. I thought I was going to be hijacked. But still now, the young people of northern Uganda decided to vote for money. At the end of the day, we were left with a very poor representation in the parliament. Now today, when we're talking about youth leadership, we're talking about parliament, we're talking about youth council. These are the implementers of youth affairs. What are we? Where are we? That means now to us in this house, as we discuss, we should be looking at our participation in the electoral process. We should be looking at how best do we now put our interest. Because much as we are here, like I was saying, being youth is temporary. Tomorrow I'm turning 31. Tomorrow you're going into 35. What legacy are you going to leave behind? Is the next question now we should be putting. So to me, I would suggest, as young people who are seated in this house, today, as honorable members of this parliament, let us now begin opening our eyes. It is not only through youth council that you will move further. There are other better opportunities that we can also tap in leadership. It is not mandatory that LC1s are supposed to be people who are 60 years of age. Why are we sitting in the community just admiring or ignoring them? We are supposed to be part. Look at the quality of the LC3s we have. Look at their councillors. So I would request us next time, as we get closer to electoral process in this country, let's begin interesting ourselves in the mobilization. Because what is important for us now is how do we now mobilize ourselves? Chances are high. Chances are high, many a times, we don't want to understand the processes.
Honorable Member, we have an information from the ghetto youth.
Thank you very much.
I want to add up on his point. I'm seeing, according to his point, I'm seeing what we are lacking here as youths. Because he was stressing some point here that he also tried a campaign but failed due to money, because he doesn't have money. I'm seeing why can't we as youth get involved in these things of whatever elections, when election time comes? Because we say, it is not tomorrow, our future is now, we have to start it now. So when these opportunities come, we have to come up. We should also try to compete with these elders, because when it comes, it is them, these elders who have money. And when we see them, we see these people who are having money. We now try to shy away. Yet, when we see papers, we could be having better papers than these elder people. So I'm just trying to say we should not shy down when these opportunities come. Then secondly, I was trying to say this thing of youth, whatever age limits of youth, it should be reduced so that many youth should get involved, so that they should also get chances of getting these positions. Because like in Arua city here, when you talk of ghetto kids, you get most of them are in the age bracket of 18 to 24 like that.
Order.
And these guys.
Order. This is an information. She's giving an information. Allow her speak.
And these guys of ghetto kids, these guys hustle a lot.
and they're energetic. Why not give them chances to also compete with these elders so that they also get whatever this post, these big posts where there is money, so that they can also enjoy the money too.
Yes.
Then last
That information here, I think now it is enough. Back to the honorable member. Thank you very much, my honorable from Pakwach. So basing on her submissions, you can add up.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I also want to appreciate my colleague for adding on the information. All in all, as young people, it is high time we now take advantage of the numbers we have. Unfortunately, we don't want to understand in this country, most especially in West Nile as a sub-region, that what could be our exact number as young people. That is where we are going wrong. So it's my prayers that in this council, in this parliament as we sit, let's also be looking towards our numerical factors. What is our exact numbers in West Nile when it comes to representation? Today we are here representing the majority behind us. How sure are we that they are really the majority? Is one thing that we should be factoring. Besides that, can we also interest ourselves in understanding how best we can also push the female youth or the female representatives more to now add on to the number? One, the last time as West Nile were represented in the regional parliament of the young people was during the time of Honorable Minister Anite. Not until this very election that we have seen has given us a bit of a smile with the Honorable Nyamutoro from Nebi, who has now gone to the National Parliament. But again, now I am informed, previously there was one from Arua. Now, when you look at our representation as West Nile, it has a lot of gap. Why are we giving space for these people? I am one person who does not believe in pushing somebody as unopposed. If you're not pushing me, I will have to come in to make it elective enough. So I'm trying to urge you, as we go back from this house, let's now begin looking at how we can engage our colleagues. We take up positions. So that tomorrow, when we now sit in the council, we discuss as young people who are focused, not the young people who are being used for money. Many a times when it comes to electoral processes, money first. Now when you're given money, you feel very proud that all is okay. At the end of the day, you have sold yourself. We don't realize the trade part of it in election. But the repercussions, the impacts are always big. Much still is negative. Look at how we are now as West Nile.
Summarize.
And where we are. I am summarizing, Honorable Speaker.
Okay.
As I summarize, I want to remind us to think more of the education part of it. Because now when we look at our involvement, what is killing our involvement more is our level of education in West Nile. So we need to now interest ourselves as young people. Much as we are in this house, let us not sit in our comfort zone, assuming that all is okay. You have your P7, you have your senior 4, senior 6,
Honorable member,
and the rest.
We have a specific motion on issues of education, health, and electricity.
Honorable Speaker, if I read back to
thank
this, they are saying motion of the West Nile Youth a representation? No. Effective youth representation. That means now, that part of education that you want us to discuss, it will take us into detail. What I'm trying to give now is a hint of it, because it is a reason as to why we are lacking the representation we are discussing in this house.
I didn't want us, Honorable Member, I didn't want us to preempt. I want us to leave that for the move of that particular motion so that members will not be deviated, so that we make a conclusion to this particular motion.
Honorable Speaker, with due respect, I do not want to argue with you, but rather appreciate your guidance in this house. It is for our good of deliberation. But all in all, we must accept that as young people, it is high time for us to now open our eyes and work together. I am very much prepared to support any young people in this West Nile, more so from this parliament, who will show interest in any position. That person will be my friend. Be it at lower local level or at a national level. I will be very glad to see that we all go back to our respective districts, the sub-counties, the parishes, and the villages, to all show interest, such that tomorrow, by 2026, we all change West Nile as for young people. And that is when we shall sit and say all is okay. We shall not now be blaming the DCDOs. We shall not be blaming the cow because these people are far much aged than you. In terms of experience, they are far much better. But in our faster way of understanding as the young people, we need our numbers in the council, we need our number in the parliament, we need our numbers in civil service. Thank you very much. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, and the other members who had spoken earlier on. I would like to take this opportunity to invite the mover of the motion to have, because I've consulted with my brother, he says his interest of talking is going to be specifically on the motion of electricity, and I want to, he is going to be my first speaker on that motion which is coming, followed by my Mr. Pink down there. Mover of motion, tell us what resolutions have we derived so that we end this. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Honorable Speaker and the House in session. I still remain Doreen Onyiru. That's the way I speak. It will never change, please. You'll excuse me for that if I'm not audible, but that's my nature, okay? I'm sorry for that and I apologize. You can't force a cow to drink water, okay? First of all, I would say that members were confused. Madam Honorable Speaker, you didn't inform the House that we are on the third motion. I apologize for that as the mover of the third
Motion mover, when I say clerk, take us to the next item. It is what the clerk reads and it is what we discuss. Probably if it is an oversight, it must be arising from the members. Because when you're very keen and you do not have micro meetings, you will be following it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. About the resolutions here, members came up with many resolutions. One is increased youth funding through the increase in budget of the young people. That is one. Youth needs to have a mindset change to transform the society, holding the youth leaders accountable right from the grassroots. The National Youth Council should base down the activities right from the grassroots. Because that arose from a member saying that he was not aware about whether National Youth Council exists. So we are very sorry about that. I think the resolution has catered for that. It's going to be maybe implemented. Madam Honorable Speaker, we pray for that. The youth MPs should be elected by all youth in the whole country, not only through electoral college. The age bracket of youth MPs be reduced to 24 years, such that they can account to their voters in the next election. The youth should be involved in all aspects regarding issues of the young people. The youth representation should be looked at closely. I think I read that one. The youth representation should be looked closely by eliminating the aspect of elections through electoral college. There is need to incorporate the youth from grassroots rather than the national level. Lastly, the government should push for more, the young people should push for more female representatives in the parliament. So I think that was the last resolution made by Xavier. So I think I'm very right. Those are the resolutions we came up with as a house in session. Madam Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the
yes, arising from the recommendations that are derived, I thought the honorable members in the August House here would also say, because the young people do not have assets like land, like buildings where they get money from, the nomination fee for, even at the political party level and at the electoral commission level, for the young people should be reduced. Because if you're poor, where do you get the nomination fee from? So arising from the communications, the submissions made by different members of this parliament, Those in favor say aye for the motion to be moved, and those on contrary say no. The ayes have taken it. Clerk, take us to the next item.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Next item is still moving a motion, which is motion of the West Nile Youth Parliament urging government to prioritize service delivery with an emphasis on electricity, education, and health. And that is done by Honorable Onoba Frank.
Mover of the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and the House at large. By names, I am Honorable Francisco Noba from Nebi constituency. I would like to move a motion that West Nile Youth Parliament urging government to prioritize service delivery with an emphasis on electricity, education, and health, if I may be seconded.
Seconder of a motion, of this particular motion. My member, my honorable member down there, can you second? Yes. No.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. My name is Bongomin Balarojas, the District Youth Chair Jumani, Bongomin Balarojas from Jumani. I rose here to second the motion moved by my brother, Francis. Thank you.
Policy strategic framework, the fiscal decentralization strategy, the local government sector strategic plan, the public sector management strategic investment plan, and the national development plan. The tax burden on Ugandans keep increasing every passing day, and one would expect better services that are meant to be facilitated by the taxes collected. Instead, Ugandans have had to grapple with poor roads, shoddy public buildings, insufficient drugs in hospitals, and every high prices of commodities because of the high cost of transporting them on poor roads. The public servants who are meant to supervise road construction rarely have the time and will to execute their duties. Despite government efforts to improve service delivery across the country, there seems to be a different perspective in regard to education and health. Dilapidation symbolizes most public schools and government hospitals. Drugs are scarce or never available. Doctors and medical officers are insufficient, and in some health facilities, many Ugandans have to first bribe to get hold of a doctor. Most health facilities and schools are surpasses their original plans. West Nile region has long been grappling with unreliable electricity supplied by the West Nile Rural Electrification Company, WENRECO, which is far below the current power demand of the 11 megawatt. Although in the year 2000, the government contracted KEC International Limited, an Indian company, and a joint venture of AVIC International Holding Corporation and Central Southern China Electric Power Design Institute Company Limited to undertake the grid extension project. The works are still incomplete. Last year, Honorable Speaker, the government promised to connect West Nile to the national grid by March 2023, but there is no progress on the same to date. Despite various engagements in Parliament and with the ministers of energy, the promises remained in talks with no significant works done on ground. Due to increased demand for electricity in the West Nile region, more than 23,000 households and businesses are not being adequately served by the 3.5 megawatts of Nyagak hydropower station. With unstable and unreliable electricity, the idea of establishing big factories in the region by local investors is a myth. That now, that the peak of electricity in the region has gone to 6.9 megawatts. Madam Honorable Speaker, if I could break it further, especially down on electricity, I see corruption has eroded the value system of our patriotic Ugandans, who are drivers of service delivery, and it's negatively impacting on the populace. Breaking it down further, West Nile Grid Extension Plan has come from the year, financial year 2016 to 2017. That was a loan taken specifically to connect West Nile to the national grid. But with the target of getting 83 megawatt from Arua, Bujagali 90 megawatt, Nyagak 1, which was 3.5, and then Nyagak 2, again 1.5, and Nyagak 3, 1.5, to make the 3 megawatt. But to date, as West Nile, Honorable Speaker, we still don't understand this transition plan, which are being publicized by a Ministry of Energy. It is not clear at all to us West Nilers. There are a number of distractions also along the way that they are reporting, which we still don't understand, Madam Honorable Speaker. They will tell you their obligation is only to supply 3.5 megawatt and sell this power. To me, and yet, on the other hand, when us citizens rose up to demand for better services and chase away Wenreko, the government in turn told us that they have a concession agreement with Wenreko up to 2028, and if they are to chase away Wenreko, they have to pay. What kind of agreement is that? An MOU, where somebody is not meeting the required agreements, but if you want to end the contract, you must compensate the person. That is where, to us, we see it as a joke and a scam to us, the people of West Nile, that we need to open our eyes and look at Wenreko further. Then there is also, again, a ping-pong game between UEDCL and UETCL. Recently, there is a stopgap measure to connect West Nile to a 33 kVA from Oluio through here up to Ewata substation. But at the onset of it, power would go off regularly. And when you ask them, when Reko will tell you, ask UEDCL. When you ask UEDCL, they will tell you, ask UETCL. That ping-pong game, what is it about? They had Electromax in West Nile to connect West Nile.
Honorable Sheila and Honorable Nyiru.
They had agreement to connect West Nile, but then we don't know who to task and who to ask and where to take our problem to. That is a point that I see there is a lot of ping pong from the ministry and also the MDAs, the ministry departmental agencies. Then there are also certain obstructions that they will report to us hindering connecting West Nile to national grid. One of them, they told us that there is an obstruction between Kawanda to Olweo substation, that there is also another obstruction between Kole to Olweo. There is another obstruction between Pakwash to Nebi by some hotel owner that they cannot disclose the name of hotel owner. We asked the government to tell us who are these hotel owners who also need a reliable, affordable, industrially sufficient power that is blocking connection of a national grid to West Nile. government has never given that answer, which we think it is also another game that we West Nilers need to demand. Then there is also right of way between Muni, SS, and Iwata, which is about 3.1 kilometers required.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add on to what my brother is laying down in his submission as far as electricity.
Honorable Nyoiru, can you leave the Honorable Sheila, can you leave the house? Members, the motion mover. This motion is the one that is making us as a region to be behind. We cannot industrialize as West Nile because we do not have adequate and sufficient power. And that is not affecting our grandfathers and mothers who are sitting at home. It is affecting ourselves as young people. The unemployment that we are talking about is due to lack of sufficient electricity. And here the motion is being discussed. The motion mover is interesting all of us because of this peculiar matter. You have been consistently talking for the last 30 minutes. I am so disappointed in the kind of leaders you are, especially on issues of power. We are aware that the new curriculum in the Ministry of Education that is being implemented in our schools needs sufficient electricity for the computers to run, for the learners to learn on. And when someone is discussing, someone is making us, giving us the statistics which you leaders lack, you are there discussing. Can you vacate and come and sit near my brother with disability, living with disability? If you do not want to leave the house, please come and sit where my colleague is. Kindly, with due respect. And that is why we are lagging behind as a region. We take certain things for granted, yet in other regions now people are, you see, our international airport cannot, the construction cannot take place because they said, people who are supposed to land their planes are saying, this region has no power. There will be insecurity if their planes land here. So please, vacate and sit here, or let's leave the room. Back to you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your guidance. I am in conjunction with Honorable Speaker on the platform. I'm also adding on submission of information to his on as far as electricity in this region is concerned. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, according to the data report from the Electricity Regulatory Authority of Uganda as of December 2021, estimation of installed electricity capacity was 1,346, with demand of 800 megawatts, leaving surplus of 546. Why should Western Nile region still live in a disadvantaged stage of this? So it is true, West Nile, we are in a real crisis of electricity, as my colleague has been presenting. So there is a need for government to really emphasize on this electricity, such that this surplus, it comes into use. The West Nile is having 3.5, like he said. But if you look at the West Nile demand for electricity, it's more than even 6.8, it's about 7 megawatts. So industrialization in this region will indeed remain a myth. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable. Electricity being a catalyst in almost every sector, I think we really need to pay attention to it, because it affects both health sector, education, every sector, even agriculture. Honorable Speaker, as I almost getting to conclusion, we West Nilers demanded the government to allow us initiate, or they initiate to us, electricity consumer committees that will be supervising every electricity company coming to offer services in the electricity sector. But to date, Madam Honorable Speaker, the government has kept mum over this. And we, as the people of West Nile, we need to take this matter forward. Madam Honorable Speaker, we West Nilers, we demanded the government to lay bare the strategic development plan of the region on electricity, on education, and on health to us specifically, West Nile, okay, to the context of West Nile development. But to date, it is not anywhere on paper except they're talking about Vision 2040, Honorable Speaker. The last I would like to close with, which also, which all these hinge on is leadership. It is very unfortunate most of our leaders only and only unite during NRM political engagements. And they forget about service delivery, also show, important gathering of West Nilers. And that is the reason why we are lacking behind, and that is making us lagging behind. With this, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Arising from the submissions of the mover of this motion, and arising from the need, the much need that we need as West Nile region. I loved the examples that he gave, like the closure of Adrico, that used to be a very good industry in supplying the local gin. So many young people in the time memorial were employed there. But if we walked, because it is a walkable distance from here to Adrico, if we walked now to that station, to the factory, you will find white elephants. So these are the issues. I love the submissions. And members, please, let's interest ourselves in this. Let us have a very pressured resolution based on the submissions of my brother. I want to take this opportunity to open the floor. I want to start it with my brother here, and then my brother from K who was to speak. After you, it will be my brother there, down here. Let me first have the three, and then when the three are over, I'll start with Madi Okolo, Honorable Sabir, yes, Musa, and then I'll pick others, yes. Let us have inclusive.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. We are not going to meet each other.
He is sitting because he
I'm
has
sitting
to see
because
the
I have to
sign
see him.
language so that he is able to translate what he is communicating.
Okay, thank you. Before I continue, I first want to congratulate you so much upon winning the speakership. Yeah, I also pray that you copy the same. You need to realize you need not copy the same life of the Right Honorable Madam Speaker in the Parliament. Thank you so much. Yes, my name's called Twalib Ayub Ali, and I am the councillor representing persons with disabilities in Central Division, the former Arua municipality. Yes, this is in Arua. Yes, I'm a person with hearing impairment, and I have issues that are really so much challenging as far as education and health is concerned for youths with disabilities generally in West Nile. But yeah, I have some data for some particular districts, more especially on area of education. Madam Speaker, yeah, on this data, you will know that in about 7,000 youths with disabilities in 3 districts. That is Arua City, we have Derego District and Yumbe District. We have around 7,000 youths with disabilities who have never gone to school. But generally, in the 7,000, we have around 1,500 persons who are having hearing impairment. And definitely, in West Nile generally, persons with hearing impairment, around 95% have not accessed secondary education. And now, you realize that in the 95%, these are people who tried to go for education, but they have failed. Like more special, in the 1,500, there are only 2 who have finished a bachelor's. And it's something that is very challenging. That challenge have been so much in Western Nile because more special general in Uganda, we only have 2 deaf secondary schools that are for persons with hearing impairment. That is Mbale Secondary School and the Wakiso Secondary School. There are only 2. That's where most of the youths with disabilities access their secondary schools, by which most of us here do not get access to the 2 secondary schools because of the poverty level, more especially in West Nile. And you know, in 2021, we hosted, as Arua City, we hosted a National Deaf Week where so many ministries came. We had 5 MPs, and it was graced by the 3rd Deputy Prime Minister, who was the guest of honor, who came, and the issue was submitted to her, and she heard about it, and she promised that, yeah, as government, they are going to try to have a special secondary school that will cater the need of the hearing impaired. But up to now, the issue has not been fulfilled. No one came out with the feedback about it. So, Madam Speaker, maybe through you, yeah, for us to have effective education, we need to have mainstreaming and inclusive education that can promote the livelihood, more especially the hearing impaired. When we take the normal schools here, yes, youths with disabilities, more especially physical, they can access the education sector. Yeah, they can access, you may have realized that they have access to environment and so on. Yes, they have special units that will cater for their focus. And here, when we take general in West Nile, the education of youths with disabilities generally is very poor. It's very poor. Yeah, generally me, I also got the opportunity because I have been in Kampala. I have understood how things were there. That was how I get, but I would say it's really very challenging. It's really very, very challenging. Yeah. Lastly, I also want to talk about health. In the health department, there are also so many challenges that are not really being cared about. For example, we have the health centers or the hospitals. Yeah, if maybe I can ask through you to the August House, how many people, how many health workers knows how to communicate more especially with us? It is something that is so challenging. I remember some years back, we had one organization, the names of Sign Health Uganda, who had a project specifically to build the capacities of the health workers, more especially on sign language for the health workers. They'd been trying here within Arua, a regional hospital. We had tried training around 20 health workers who helped us so much as far as sign language was concerned. Of a bad luck, there were others who were transferred, there were others because of the age, they had to retire. So currently, the services are very poor. They are really very, very poor because now mostly the health workers who are at the hospitals, they really don't have access to the communication. That is the very big challenge that we face. Not only with the hearing impaired, but generally with persons with disabilities. More especially persons with the physical disability. When they have access, maybe for antenatal care, definitely we lack adjustable beds that always we face as a challenge, more especially to help the women who are youths, more especially in the department of health, and that is mostly in the rural area. In the rural area, you also realize that the environment is not accessible. Those are challenges that really we needed to be helped along. Therefore, I pray that, yes, to solve all those challenges, I just pray that all those challenges are should be assorted. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much for your submissions. The Cayman.
Thank you once again, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to have my submission on this motion. I would first of all want to congratulate you for having won the speakership of this parliament. As if I was seated next to my brother, I want to, the speaker that has just left, thank you for shortening my time on the microphone. I rise up on the matter of service delivery. It cuts across. More especially on the health and education. I come here as a representative of youth in the civil society organization from Yumbe district. I work with an umbrella of CSOs called Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group as a field officer for Yumbe district. My submission on that is when you look at the budget of this financial year that has begun, most of the items or most of the budget have been cut, have been reduced. And my concern always is, ask the citizens. If I may ask, how many of us know the names of our representatives as youth parliamentarians? Who of us know them? We are the youth. Like, for instance, I always subscribe to my thought that when we talk of Uganda, we are talking about the youthful representatives. Because first of all, our composition is the majority, up to the tune of more than 50%. When we complain, when we come lamenting, we follow these processes of the budget and we follow the budget and budgeting processes right from the grassroots level, be it at the parishes to the sub-county budget conferences, district budget conferences, up to the national, where the IPFs are sent from the districts. What is our engagement as citizens, more especially the youth? I want to give an example of my district. Much privileged, we have the youth ambassador, as he called himself. I'm glad to have this interface with you today. When you look at Yumbe, I want to give you a sad picture of the district right now, that we have more than half of the school-age learners out of school. You will bear witness with me as the youth ambassador from that district. Where is the gap? Yet Yumbe has an opportunity of being a refugee, actually one of the largest refugee settlement camp in the whole world that is hosted by Yumbe. Why have I brought that as into this conversation? One, I look at the opportunities that this whole scenario has brought to the district. We have a lot of well-furnished education system by the civil society, I mean the humanitarian organizations, that is completely free of charge. You will bear witness with me. No pay of school fees. At the end of the day, at some point through the course of the terms, school terms, we have even some of these organizations that intervene to supplement on the parents of these learners by providing scholastic materials, apart from paying school fees, let alone things to do with development funds that happen in the government schools. These are total free education offered to these citizens. I carried my own research, move around these schools that are under these implementing partners. In Yumbe district, it's Finchurch Aid, that is the lead partner in education. Through the M&E departments, I found out less than 300 in these schools that are free, that have, as I mentioned, very free, less than 300 in zone 2 and from zone 1, 2, 3 up to 4. I don't have an idea about zone 5. My limit was zone 4. Main and annex. There are less than 300 learners that are in advanced primary school from the locals. By locals, I mean West Nile. And those that constitutes around 200 and something. If you follow the reason, actually, the factor that brought them to these schools, you'll find out there's a teacher that was posted, maybe by merit, because during the recruitment processes, there's a teacher that was posted from Terego or Maracha that went and found this opportunity, called the children of the relatives that are disadvantaged, that do not have the advantage of being paid in school, to come and benefit from this free education. Where do we place ourselves in 5, 10 years from now as youth of this country, and particularly West Nile sub-region? I look at this platform being very well, but I don't really subscribe to the, behind those discussions of such pertinent issues. I'm not discrediting this, but what is this going to take back to the people who are supposed to actually benefit from this? 90% of our youth here are out of this media. We are merely being watched at national level for the people who have the advantage to have the TVs to access this kind of debates. What about the people that we look at ourselves being representatives too, that we are talking on behalf of? I beg to move to the issue of the budget itself. As civil society organizations under CSBAG, we carried a research. We realized there is the aspect, there's a component of, ownership. Government programs, citizens don't honor them, not only at youth level. You find a borehole that has broken down, that this is a government borehole that has broken down. We don't look at the pain that we endure in harshly sometimes. We see our brothers from South Sudan that come, that live here to the war-torn area, whose citizens are coming to seek refuge in Uganda for safety of their lives, but we feel it is safer going there to hustle and at least get something to start, to have a startup capital in the names of survival in our own country. In the end of the whole movement, our youth, let me say in that context, get a bike. For this case, a numberless. URA is after this motorbike. Simply because of tax that we painfully pay for these services, like the boreholes that I mentioned earlier, that citizens don't want to honor, giving us at the backyard of service delivery issues we have in this sub-region. Madam Speaker, I want to bring to your attention that we started a process of building capacity of the citizens. We have 2 pilot districts.
Summarize.
Thank you. We have 2 pilot districts. That's Madokolo. I'm glad it is represented here. We have established what we call participatory budget clubs. The idea behind this is to include citizens in every government programs at the local level up to the district level. Where is the representation? The representation we are looking at is consideration of these citizens' voices at budget and budgeting processes. One, finally, I seek your intelligence. Just 1 minute as I conclude. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the idea of this participatory budget clubs is to include citizens that are whose priorities, because we realized there are leaders who, I'm not saying all leaders, there are leaders you see after elections, and then later maybe you see them when there's a time for another election. We elect them to represent our issues, during priority identification. You don't see these leaders come to, more especially the members of parliaments of these constituencies, to come and sit as ex officios, which is under the law, mandated by the law, to sit in the councils as ex officios to guide the House of these councils in priority identification of service deliveries in this
Thank you.
sub-constituencies.
Thank you.
Lastly,
Thank
Madam,
you.
Madam Speaker,
Thank you.
I implore.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Yes. Members, let's not deviate from the subject matter. We are on electricity. What can we do as young people of this region to appropriate these budgets for electricity is what we are discussing about. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, honorable members of parliament present. My name is Daniel Pikisa. I represent the people of Zombo, the District Youth Council, and also part of civil society organization as a team leader of a local NGO. Madam Speaker, I must say I'm very grateful to be given this opportunity to discuss this matter that is affecting our region in very many dimensions. The issue at hand we are discussing is electricity, health, and education. In short, I would like to give our attention that we are here basically because of these three things. We are able to deliberate because we went to school and were educated. We are here holding this microphone because we have a very stable power, though we expect more. We are here because we are healthy. So if these were not in place, we would not be here. So by that fact, it is very important to come here and deliberate and argue and request and emphasize on this topic under our position. Madam Speaker, I happen to be one of the person who had a simple research. Thanks to ActionAid, they facilitated. We had status of health and education within Zombo district. I'm here coming with an informed point of view that we are not performing well as a region. The picture of Zombo is not different from the picture, maybe in Arua, being a city, I don't know. But I'm very sure if it is there, then in Arua only that has the advantage. We have parameters that the government consider to be in schools. Parameter of students to teachers ratio. We have parameters of patients to doctors or nurses ratio. But I must tell this house that all these parameters are very poor. I happened to go to one school which had 250 pupils piled in one class. A desk is supposed to take 3 pupils, but there were 6 on a desk. Now you can imagine the comfort zone these pupils are going through. 250, they don't even have where to move. And that is the state of our education here. As if that is not enough, before the introduction of Munientisi, we didn't have a government school. The whole region, and they expect us to produce doctors, produce very many dignitaries. Even if we have it right now, I happen to be a student of did agriculture, but I tell you, we struggle to get these basic courses within the region. And we expect to produce people who are supposed to work in the health education when we don't have it. So in short, besides the region not being prioritized, I'm here to say the whole country is not being prioritized in these 3 areas of education, electricity, and health. Madam Speaker, I would do myself this service if I don't talk about these 3 parameters of measuring these key areas. 1 is accessibility. 2 is availability. 3 is affordability. You can have these schools, you can have these health centers, you can have this electricity. If these parameters are not achieved, Madam Speaker and honorable members, we are not there yet. It is not a priority. Take a look at the cost of getting power. Now, in my district, a power, if you must get a power, you need to spend 1 million. Now tell me, how many people in your village there can afford 1 million to just get a power, which is going to use for domestic purpose, only lighting? Yet you find dignitaries, people in the government, by the way, they even get this power for free. These are people who have capacity to get it. My colleague has been talking about the state of scholarship. There are people who have capacity to pay their granddaughters and even generation over generation. They have the capacity, but they are not have access to these things. I mean, some of us, they have access to these things. I'm thinking the education, they have access to the scholarships which we are supposed to be using here. So not only as a region, Madam Speaker, I'm bringing this to our desk. They asked us here that how many of us have gotten state of scholarship. None of us raised their hand. That is a clear sign that the priorities have not been given to education. The accessibility. I must tell you, Madam Speaker and honorable members, that in my district where I stay, you will have the whole sub-county, not even having 1 primary school and 1 secondary school. The whole sub-county. Now you tell me a kid who is yet in nursery to walk 10 kilometers to access school. This is practically impossible. So that is the position we are arguing here. That looks very mild. We are ruining the future of the generation. If your child, your daughter, your grandchildren are not able to access school because he cannot walk 20 kilometers, then where are we heading to? Coupled with the fact that we are poor. Madam Speaker, that is not only in health, not only in education, in health. The health center one that we call the VHT, we happened to do the same survey. We understood that it was, I think recently, 1 month ago, for the last 2 quarters, they had not received drugs in health center twos. Now you can tell me that this is a priority to the government. Not having drugs, this is the basic that conforms the health sector. Now without drugs, we are not heading anywhere. So the priority we're emphasizing here should be clear. In terms of accessibility to these services should be readily available to the people who need them, and they should be affordable. You cannot bring power and you charge me 1 million to pay power. So these are the arguments we are making as honorable members of parliament. That should be forwarded to whichever department we are going to take this. Madam Speaker, I want to submit more onto these key parameters. I must tell you that if the government is not able to prioritize, and if we people within the West Nile are not able to also prioritize it, we are not going to go anywhere. We have had suckers of power here. We talk and then we end up dividing ourselves and conniving with the very people providing powers. When RECO was about to be thrown, but I think it was the very us who connived and pushed in when RECO back. So we are the problems to our problems. So as long as we don't prioritize where our problems are, we are going to press this government. They will still divide us and rule us, and we shall not submit our target. So first of all, let's get down as people within the region, make it a priority and push for it as an agenda to us. If we are saying we don't want this, let it be a no. Let us not divide ourselves if we must succeed. Then 2, I'm urging the government.
Summarize.
Thank you very much, but I don't want to sound as if it's a disservice because people have been spending more time. I will adhere to that, but allow me to deliberate a little bit more in the request.
Honorable member on the floor, we still have 1, 2, because I have seen ladies who have never spoken. Everybody wants to speak, but most importantly, I would like to hear the voices of the other ladies. How is lack of electricity affecting them negatively? So please summarize.
Thank you.
Even your brothers, your brother over there also wants to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker.
In 1 minute.
You're taking my time, thank you. Madam Speaker, I want to summarize like you're requesting me to do so. In my summary, I'm putting this clear again. As we are going back, as we are representing our ideas to the government to prioritize this, I still insist on my priority areas of accessibility, affordability, and availability. Then 2, I still feel like we should advocate for drugs in the health centers. These should be priority to the government. I've had people in Zombo district, in one of the health centers, a woman died in labor because she cannot afford to pay for the drugs that they requested her to do. So our nurses have become so stubborn. I don't want to really blame them, but there's something not working within the health center that we need to push for. Drugs should be available. If possible, these services should be taken to the village. If we can have voting polls and during election to every village, why can't we prioritize these key areas of education, health, and electricity to the nearest village we have? Madam Speaker, like you did mention, I don't want to sound like I'm disobeying your order. Allow me to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are having Honorable Musa from Madi Okolo. Can we have either of those 2 ladies? Yes. After Musa, my brother, and then he will conclude. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Speaker, for finally letting me stand on the podium after about 7 times of standing up. Thank you so much. My name is Sabir Musa. I come from Madiokolo district. By grace of God or passion for media, I am a journalist at Radio Parties. Also back in home, Madiokolo district, I am the public relations officer for Madiokolo Youth Initiative for Development, which we build it an acronym as MOIFOD. Back to business here on the issues of education, health, and electricity. These are key issues that actually we need to have them very well running. I want to drive us back to the Sustainable Development Goals, where these 3 areas are all focused on. Let me start this with education. Truth is, education in Uganda is giving us chance just to pass examination. That is the truth I can confirm, especially in these lower levels. I will recommend, I will also advise, ask the government, now that we're implementing the new curriculum in the lower secondary schools, I will advise, I will also support actually that it should be also, similar things will be introduced for primary level. Because so many learners from primary school, especially in the district, I remember participating in one of the programs last year. About 80% of the learners drop out of school from primary P1 to P7. Many of them don't reach senior 1. Now, if we introduce such curriculum in the primary level, those who don't have privilege to cross the primary education will have a training skill, will have a skills at least to come out and then continue with them. I want to talk about the issue of technical and still vocational faculty in line. By the design of the work I do, I have had chance to talk to very different people, including the Jajamin, who have actually become a friend because I have regularly interacted with them for the issue of my work. I've learned that these, not only Jajamin, so many of these groups, they have plans, very good plans, but only that there is no listening ear for them. Many of them are educated. Many of them are educated. Many of them actually have plans that can actually help them to be out of that zone where they are. So the problem identified there is the politicians. Many times they go there during the general elections just to bring them on board that time and it is over. But their promise, the plans that they submit to these politicians are not respected. So if vocational institutions, if government can come up to talk to these youths, bring them to join such trainings in vocational schools, I think would be fine. But the problem is they fear these guys after election. That's the big problem. To the health, I've moved to different health facilities, including Omogo Health Center 4, which is in the Terrago district. These people have they have latest equipment, including for delivery, for different services. But they are not putting them in use more than 2 years now. Why? Because of power issue. So that facility alone has opportunity. It has chance because of the refugee issues. What about the other facilities, like in my district, my local district, where there are no main equipment, they are lacking in very many facilities. So there's need for putting these ones into consideration.
Summarize.
Ambulance issue is one of the big things for referral. Many facilities also lack this, and I also recommend that they should be put in consideration to see that life is saved, especially for the mothers who are due to give birth. Lastly, on the side of electricity, the rapid power supply is a big issue. It's not even actually news for the public in West Nile now. If you move just a few meters away, few kilometers away from here, Awindiri Valley Addition is lying idle. This facility is supposed to actually help a lot of young people to be employed and also help the farmers in the region where you take a product from the field, then you take that for value addition. But these are not taking place because there's no electricity.
Thank you.
Yeah. Lastly, about
Thank you.
Lastly, about this. Thank you so much.
Oh, the lady. Let me have the lady, and then I have you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity you have given me. I am Donka Reslivia. I see myself as the woman MP of Zombo district in some years to come. And I love that. I'm very confident about it. Yeah. I really want to thank everyone especially the honorables who spoke before me. A lot has been said. I'm not going to emphasize so much on what has been spoken. I was actually telling somebody some few days back that this parish development model thing, the government should have actually looked at improving on education, the health sector, the roads, because I see there is more to education, roads, and the health sector. I'm not actually seeing anything positive coming out of that parish development model thing. You're giving this money to somebody who has actually never thought of something better for him or herself. Let us stop there about that. Now, like looking at these three things that we are talking about right now, electricity, the health sector, and education, my empathy is so much on education. I want to tell you, my brothers and sisters, I'm here standing because I went to school. If I had not gone to school, who would even recognize me to come and be part of this parliament? Who? That is not true. So, as we are talking here, let us look at West Nile. In our region here, the people who are able, our parents, let me take for example, are looking at taking their children to schools like Namilyango, Budo, and the rest of the schools in the central. But how about our schools here? We have actually schools that could even be better than those schools in the central. I am a secondary school teacher by profession, and when I'm talking about education, I talk with a lot of pride. Let us look at this, that our schools in West Nile could actually be better than those schools in the central. But how are we going to make the schools better? It starts with us. I'm very sure some of us here, as young as we are, some of us are parents, me I'm not, but some of us here, we are parents. And all we are looking at is tomorrow when my kid reaches this stage of going to secondary or primary, they already have schools that they have identified in the central that they are going to take their children in. How about our schools here? So let us look at that. As we are talking about education, let us also look at our schools here. How are we going to make them better? As leaders of today, let us begin to advocate for that, that we need to make our schools here better in the same way we are admiring schools that are those ends. I'm not going to take much of our time. There is one thing that I would actually advise the government to do in West Nile. Number one, we should be putting emphasis that the government should address the infrastructure gaps, such as constructing and equipping schools with the necessary facilities. But this one, again, my interest also comes down to persons who are living with disability. Most of these schools that are here in West Nile, they are not actually putting the persons who are living with disability.
Summarize.
Like they are not actually putting interest. Like most of these schools, the persons who are living with disability are not able to access some of the facilities. There are others who are interested in being at school, but they are not able to access. Like those ones who move on wheelchair. I actually went right now to our place of inconvenience, and by the way, if I would be that one person who is actually sitting on the wheelchair, I would have not accessed that place. So this one also is happening in our schools. So you may not understand it much, but I do. As one of the person who is living with disability, I do, and I have that. So we are saying, as we are looking at that, let us also put the persons who are living in disability at heart. I would have actually loved to say a lot, but my brother here has actually put more emphasis on most of the things that I would have loved to say. Because if it's about talking, I may end up taking even the whole day here. So otherwise, thank you so much. I wish all of you the best. Madam Speaker, thank you for doing a great work.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I like the inclusive access of the education facilities, especially for persons with disabilities, is concerned. And that is something that has melted my hand. Ladies and gentlemen, with the powers invested upon me through the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, and by the mandate you gave me this morning, for this particular motion, I want to say I am sorry, my two brothers. I see that sugar level in people has gone low. And I do not want to keep people of Ajumani who are supposed to cross the river Nile by 6. I do not want to have them here because it is already almost 4 p.m. I presume if they can take off now, they will be able to catch up with the ferry. We may not empty everything that we need, but trust me, the team that is going to represent you in Kampala at the national level will be able to you can SMS me as your speaker to have your words into as our resolution for today's sitting. Aware that the school health policy for the last 27 years is lying idle in the parliament, in the archives of the Parliament of Uganda, I want to now say, those in support that the motion on the effectiveness, the motion of the West Nile Youth Parliament urging the government to prioritize service delivery with emphasis on electricity, education, and health, be the motion, be the resolution of this parliament. Those in favor say aye, and on contrary say no. Ayes have taken it. Clerk, take us to the next item.
Last item on the order paper is closure of the session.
Thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity for you West Nile people for giving me the mandate to chair today's sitting. And I want to thank you specifically on the recommendations that we have drawn as a region. It is not something that came from us, but it is something that came from you. I implore upon you that we will do our best to represent the views that came out from you. And then on a second note, I would like to thank the different partners that have endeavored us to sit here today. Action Aid, you have been there for a number of years with us. We appreciate. On behalf of the young people from this region, I only beg and lobby that Action Aid increase on your visibility, especially in the other districts. In districts like Maracha, in districts like Madiokolo, in districts like Moyo, Ajumani, and Obonga and Koboko, where you have not set your feet, we are expectant that you will bring projects specifically related to young people in those areas. Faraja Africa, we even want you to have a regional office now here in West Nile so that you can be able to coordinate better the issues of young people. You know, being in here will make you understand. Faraja, being here, how many speakers are here in the house? Faraja Africa, being here situated in the heart of West Nile, will make us feel you better than you being Kampala based and only come when parliament sessions are sitting. And for the European Union and the German cooperation, we thank you very much for giving us the funds through the government of Uganda. Last but not least, I would like to thank the NRM government for giving the conducive environment for these partners to operate in. We pray that this conducive environment continues, and so that the partners continue to stay more. More specifically to the partners, West Nile is a hard-to-reach place because of the pressure that is being created by the hostage of refugees that we have in the districts of Koboko, in the districts of Madiokolo, Terego, Yumbe, Obongi, Moyo, and Ajumani. other districts which are not directly hosting refugees like Maracha, like Arua City, but Arua City has the urban refugees. Districts like Zombo and Nebi and Pakwachi are facing the indirect effect of refugees that needs a specific attention. To the partners, I implore that you come back to have special interventions on these districts that are not hosting refugees directly, but indirectly, so that we are able to address the issues specifically facing the young people. For those that I did not give the opportunity to speak today in this parliament, I beg that you forgive me, because even in our national parliament, not that every time the speaker picks everybody to speak, but nevertheless, your issues were amplified here. Thank you very much. I say all this for God and my country. Of course, with Arua City helping us with this facility, continue to give us more. The West Nile Youth Empowerment Center. We do not know as young people how to thank you enough. You have always pledged to be there with us, and thank you for walking the talk. We want the Farajas, the GIZs, the European Union, the Action Aid. I like the Action Aid because of the action. They are like almost like West Nile Youth Empowerment Center. The action must continue even to the districts where you are not. Currently, you are situated too much in Nebi, and my brother Xavier is enjoying. But we want you all across in all the districts of this region. Thank you for listening. For God and my country, when you go back, safe journey. If I did step on your feet, forgive me as a human being. Inshallah.
Order in the House. We are closing with the national anthem. Oh, Uganda.
My name I'm called Omony Rogers. I have my own boutique which I'm operating along Lumumba Road, former Adrico Hills factory.
I'm called Asizu Proskovia, and we are in Ovison Trading Center, Bura Sub-County, Arua District.
I'm Rotimi Ivan from Alangi. This is my enterprise. It is called Sunrise. I'm a tailor.
We are in Alangi today. Mine is to train the entrepreneurs on how to market their products on social media, plus all other social media platforms they can use to market their business.
One of the key focus areas was how do we get digital skills to the young people in West Nile. Most importantly, in the face of COVID, because COVID limited our movements, COVID limited our interactions and our ability to be able to transact or even earn something from our businesses.
We've been having training on digital marketing, doing business on WhatsApp, Facebook.
I received a great training from Advanced Africa and the Faraja Africa about digital marketing, which has really impacted a lot in my business of boutique. Because I started the business at a small scale with the worth 200,000, which I used to do it on local sales within the surrounding area, as you see.
I've been trained about 3 times. The first time was on social media, and then plus other things, and then the second time I went for another training on how to make TikTok videos. And then the last one was around May. They are all good trainings. We got a lot of knowledge which we are using to train the entrepreneurs on.
I've gathered skills and the knowledge about the digital marketing, about doing business on online marketing, and I've also learned so much so that I can teach the entrepreneurs how to grow their business, not only manually but online.
It is important because you see, when you do business in a shop or at your place, you limit your access to clients within that area. But when you are using this social media, you are able to meet people even far from you. For example, now you come from Arua. When you're coming from Arua, you may expect to meet somebody who's dealing in stationery or somewhere you can eat or you can buy certain things. But if you have ever seen this place on Facebook or on WhatsApp, you can come to me direct because we train them on how to locate their business.
At first, I was so green about it. When I started the business, I was just nothing about digital marketing. I used to have business. In fact, I used to use the platforms for our usual things. But now, when I was transformed, I was taught on how to use the platform by Faraja and Advanced Africa. Really, I've now known the use of social media.
Like the trainers on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook.
Before COVID, each one was doing the business in their own way. Then when this NGO, Advanced Africa and Faraja Africa, they came up with how to do businesses online, that's why we picked interest and decided to also equip our youth so that they can improve on their coverage and sales.
Yeah, my life has changed so much. In fact, I thank Faraja and Advanced Africa because now I'm able to sell online. I've sold many printers online, even I've sold some laptops online, which I used to put in one place, but for now, people call me that I want printer, I want books, I want ABC. I'm able to meet clients who, if they had to come face to face, they couldn't have met me. But because the training I had, I'm able to sell online now. So my market base has increased.
Leaders are corrupt. I talk and I know.
Faraja Digital Television is a free digital platform participating with the youth,
women and men
in civic engagement, economic and Afrocentric development stories. Our heritage sets each and every one of us from the other. At Faraja Digital Television, we educate and sensitize the young people to protect and conserve our African heritage so that it does not lose its authenticity as we pass it on and on from generation to generation.
We provide an insight on the business economics and startups. We also bring you successful stories of young, vibrant entrepreneurs.
Our platform intends to equip you with knowledge that will engage you in policy advocacy, leadership, and community outreach.
Faraja Digital Television.
Telling an African story.
Yes, a very good morning to everyone who's watching Faraja Digital TV. My name is Shedri Kaibale, and with me
is Namatana Chanzile Tisha.
Yes, today being the 5th day of August, we are live at the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, whereby today is going to be a very different sitting. It won't be the ordinary sitting of the parliamentarians of Uganda. Instead, it will be the youth of the parliament sitting today. Well, this happens to be the 5th edition of the Youth Parliament of Uganda, in that youth are going to get the chance in that very room to discuss the issues that affect them as youth, table bills, pass bills, and have serious debates.
This is not a one-day journey. We started from far back. We've come from sub-regionals, from the different regions around the country, and there is inclusion for everyone, for every youth, to talk about what is actually itching them exactly where they are. Because Kampala issues are not the same as
Guru issues.
Exactly.
Well, we are going to be interacting with a few of the guests who are coming in to be a part of this prestigious day, and we shall always keep you locked in on this Faraja Digital TV. For more information, just stay tuned. We'll get back to you very shortly.
before you as a nominee on the position of the Speaker.
Why do I think that I am able to achieve this?
Together we can generate a new breed of African leaders.
Ezra Ambassador Rwashande. The reason why I didn't vote is to make a free environment for someone who is coming into the position, not to have bias on me. In the case of any consultation, so that he be free to come and consult me and I advise him as his senior.
So right now you have just mentioned that you are neutral in this situation. So do you think, I've heard some murmuring that the elections were not fair. Do you think they were fair?
The elections were very fair. Whether you have lost, whether you have won, you need to cooperate because the cause is the same. We are trying to deliberate the youth of this country.
Thank you very much, Ezra. Just before you go, please give us a closing remark and briefly what you expect from this parliament.
I'll first state what we did in our National Youth Parliament, the 4th National Youth Parliament. First and foremost, we discussed the budget of National Youth Council, and it has been put clear that in the next financial year, the National Youth Council budget, it will be increased. Secondly, we discussed about to allow the pregnant young mothers to be allowed to go to school. Thirdly, we have also introduced a National Youth Symposium. So for that matter, I wish them the best in their leadership.
Yes, Faraja, say hello to the people.
Hello, and thank you very much to everyone watching Faraja television. My name is Rubakene Francis Shah, the just elected Deputy Speaker of the National Youth Parliament.
Yes. So, what are your expectations, Mr. Frank Shah?
First and foremost, this National Youth Parliament is a very big avenue or platform for youths in Uganda to actually air out their views, air out their issues that will lead, the way that they air it out will lead to social changes. These changes will help impact the lives of the very many millions of youths outside in Uganda who have not had the opportunity to come to the floor today. My expectation is that the discussions that we are going to have when we resume the House is to discuss critical issues like the parish development issue, development model that is already in execution, that we will hear the youth voices at this point in time, and I hope we can discuss it, scrutinize it, and come out with motions that will, come out with resolutions that will help the native youth out there.
Well, as you can see, in my background is the youth that have been a part of this very prestigious event. Could you please give us a brief breakdown of the whole process of how the Youth Parliament comes about?
For starters, you know, our country has a very high percentage of the youth. Most of us are quite young. So the selection itself, we had over 2,000 participants, 2,000 applicants, sorry. We had over 2,000 applicants, and we had to come down to 150 participants. And this was because of the COVID. You know, we are restricted in terms of numbers, and also financially, we can't cater for the millions that we are in this country.
I want you now to tell us, I know along the way, preparing such a very successful event, there are those hiccups you face as organizers. So briefly just tell us a few of the challenges you got.
A few of the challenges I got were most of the applicants wanted to be part of this, but I couldn't have most of them on board. So I am having different lashes out from social media and all that. I'm having calls, I'm having, you know, different people coming to me and wondering why they're not part of this. Yeah, it's quite a big challenge, really. And I'm hoping maybe once the economy stabilizes and we get to have also a proper health system whereby these pandemics are no longer scaring us, we can have a bigger number and we can get to have more people on board. Well, however, I'd like to advise the youth, we can't give up, and we're not about to give up. We keep trying. That's every day we wake up and we're like, let's just the bread. Let's, let's work, let's start the day, let's try again. We are not going to give up.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Well, you've heard it from the programs manager of Faraja Africa Foundation herself.
My name's Evelyn Akware. I'm very happy to participate in the National Youth Parliament. I've learned many things today which I was not aware of them. First thing, it is important in future, we must have to participate in National Youth Parliament because it helps us and also people with disabilities to have representatives. Reason why, as we the youth, it is important to be in the parliament to develop many things in Uganda. Because where we are, our economy is not so good. We are not benefiting. Thank you very much.
My name is Boniface Okot. I'm a member of Parliament. I represent the young people of Northern Uganda. But I'm also the chairperson of the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Boniface. Now, when you are on the floor of Parliament earlier on, there's a motion you talked about that you'd like Parliament to really pass on. Could you please tell us more about that motion?
So the motion that I will be able to table or move on the floor of Parliament is a motion for the resolution of Parliament on the state of the youth in Uganda. It's a comprehensive motion that has mostly 4 parts. And the 4 parts are 4 fundamental issues that are affecting the young people of this country. The first one being the issue of youth unemployment and livelihood. The second one being the responsiveness of social services in Uganda to the needs of the youth. Thirdly, is how meaningful youth participation in decision making is in Uganda and the level of gender equality. And then number 4 is on the issue of climate governance. So these are all issues that we want to squarely deal with and see the level of involvement of the young people in these particular processes. So on that same day, I'll also be able to table the resolutions of the National Youth Parliament for onward transmission and for action. Thank you very much.
Yes, once again, thank you so much for staying tuned to Faraja Digital TV. As the saying goes, even the best dancer leaves the dance floor. So what we began as a journey in the morning has finally come to the final end of its lap. So Letitia, tell me, what was among your climax effects of the day?
Oh, I was very surprised to see that people with disabilities were well represented. They had very good points. People who are online actually had the best arguments. I was really impressed. I don't know about you, Shedrick.
Well, actually, me on my side, I was very impressed with the way the youth really debated their issues. Of course, there were little irregularities here and there, but still they made sure their voice was heard. But let's hope and pray that the government of the Republic of Uganda and the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda really put into use what the youth have told them. As for Faraja Digital TV, I remain Shedrick Aibale and
Namata Letitia. Stay tuned and we love you.